It's almost 9:30. If everyone could find their seats, we can get started on time, please. Thank you. It's 9:30, so we'll call to order the meeting of the Nevada Board of Wildlife Commissioners for Friday, January 25th, 2019. Commissioner Barnes, will you lead us in the pledge today, please?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Roll call of the commission. That be Liddy?
Chairman Johnston,
Here.
Vice Chairman Valentine,
Here.
Commissioner Allenberg,
Here.
Commissioner Barnes,
Here.
Commissioner Cavilla,
Here.
Commissioner East, Commissioner Hubbs, Commissioner McNinch,
Here.
Commissioner Keel.
Here.
Thank you. Would the members of the county advisory boards to manage wildlife please stand and announce their presence?
Paul Dixon, Clark. Chad Foster, Douglas County.
Chrissy Pope, 9.
Well,
Glenn Bunch, Mineral. Steve Marcus, Pipeline. Joe Grimm, Pershing. Steve Robinson, Washoe. Jeremy Cooney, Elko. Corey Lytle, Lincoln. Scott Torgerson, Lander. Sean Meredith, Lander.
thank you all. We'll move on to agenda item number 2, the approval of the agenda. The commission will review the agenda and may take action to approve the agenda. The commission may remove items from the agenda, continue items for consideration, or take items out of order. Any comments or questions on the agenda? Seeing none, this is an action item. Any public comment on the agenda? Seeing no, are we also video conferenced in, or we're linked to Las Vegas, correct?
Correct. Correct.
Any public comment in Las Vegas on the agenda item number 2, approval of the agenda?
I just discovered that they don't have audio, and so that is something I'm working on right now. That's a podium, master.
I don't think we have an Elko. Oh, yeah. How about Elko? Do they have audio? Yeah, get Corey in here. I'm gonna call it back.
Can you hear us?
Yep.
This is Elko.
Vegas, are you on?
Yeah. Come on.
This is Las Vegas.
Hi, Vegas. Elko, are you still on? Elko?
Elko is on.
Vegas?
Vegas is on.
Thank you.
This reminds me of me trying to transfer a call in my own office, which I can't do. Okay. So any public comment on agenda item number 2, approval of the agenda from Las Vegas?
No public comment in Las Vegas. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Any public comment in Elko on approval of the agenda?
No comment in Elko.
Thank you. I'll bring it back to the commission for any further comments or motion. Don't all speak at once.
I'll make a motion to approve the agenda as written for January 25th, 2019.
I have a motion to approve the agenda as presented by Commissioner Allenberg with a second by Commissioner McNinch. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries 9-0. Move on to agenda item number 3, member items, announcements, and correspondence. Informational. Commissioners may present emergent items. No action may be taken by the commission. Any item requiring commission action may be scheduled on a future commission agenda. The commission will review and may discuss correspondence sent or received by the commission since the last regular meeting and may provide copies for the exhibit file. Commissioners may provide hard copies of their correspondence for the written record. Correspondence sent or received by Secretary Wosley may also be discussed. The only correspondence I received are all directly related to agenda items that are on the agenda for today and tomorrow. So I don't have anything to share as I'll address those public comments and correspondence at the particular agenda items. Any other public comment, or Commissioner Allenberg?
I got a request to make sure that I extend the appreciation of the White Pine County Cab to the department. They've had a bunch of issues in regards to the Kirsch Wildlife Management Area water levels. It was happening on a regular basis. I went down there and I had some questions and I asked the department if they would come out and help us understand them. They did. It helped immensely, and so once again, thank you guys very much. It was very helpful.
Anyone else? I actually forgot a recent correspondence I just got on the shed antler regulation from, I believe it was White Pine County. Some people there who took issue with the regulation and characterized it as a discriminatory regulation and asked for its repeal. So I believe that was received by all of us, but I forgot to mention that. Any other commissioners? Commissioner Hubbs?
I received a lot of correspondence on, obviously, certain agenda items that we'll be discussing today. And what I'm doing right now is just going through each one and making sure that if it was not sent directly from the department, it was only sent directly to me, that I forward that over to the department. And I'm still kind of working on that, but I'll have a list over to them if there's anyone that I can detect that was not submitted to the commission directly.
Thank you. Commissioner Valentine? No, Vice Chairman Valentine.
Thank you, sir. I received some correspondence from Rex Flowers regarding an idea that he wants to present before the TAC committee, and we're looking into putting that on the topic list.
Anyone else? Seeing none, we'll close it. Secretary Wosley.
Thank you, Chairman Johnston. The Director's Office also received some correspondence, of course, ensured that if the commission wasn't CC'd on that correspondence, that the commission received correspondence from Elko County, the Nevada Outfitters and Guides Association, as well as a letter from Becky Prunny. All that information it was either shared or has since been provided to the commission. One announcement, just share that I have been reappointed by new Governor Sisolak effective January 7th. I just want to thank everybody and say how honored I am to continue to serve in this capacity. Really grateful to have the opportunity to continue to serve, and we'll look forward to doing so. The last item, the last announcement I'd just like to address, some people may be aware of some of the media that has followed the recent Safari Club International Convention. Their annual convention was held in Reno. There has been some extremely unfavorable media pertaining to that event, and the department's involvement or complicit involvement in regards to possible felony acts, et cetera. I would just like to share that there's a gross oversimplification and misrepresentation of both the law as well as the department's involvement, direct or indirect. And I believe that, I know that's somewhat vague, but as time goes on, I think that issue will reveal more of itself and in a more truthful manner than has been done thus far. So I just wanted to share that. Thank you.
I guess a question, was there a call to law enforcement during the actual show? I mean, I saw the news article. I just wondered whether or not there was an actual report to law enforcement while the show was going on.
The department was informed Friday, I don't recall what time during the day, that there could be some violations of law, of a new law that prohibits selling particular parts. I think the part that was most overlooked is the provision in that law that exempts all parts that are obtained in a legal and lawful manner. So this would be no different than any convention held in or around Reno, with the assumption that all of the vendors at that convention came about their possessions in an unlawful manner. And so the department had a minor presence. The Operation Game Thief trailer was outside the main floor area in promoting anti-poaching messages. But the way that it's portrayed is that the department knowingly and willingly turned the other cheek to allow possible felony acts to occur. And it's simply no evidence to support some of those notions.
Thank you. Any other items before I close agenda item 3 and move on? With that, we'll move on to agenda item number 4, County Advisory Boards to Manage Wildlife member items. CAB members may present emergent items. No action may be taken by the commission. Any item requiring commission action will be scheduled on a future commission agenda. Any CAB items? Mr. Dixon.
For the record, Paul Dixon, Clark. Had several things that were discussed at my CAB that I wanted to bring to the commission attention and the Department of Wildlife. One of them has to do with, in Vegas, we're continuing to have a larger and larger growing population of urban coyotes. And I know that the department has their officers, their game wardens do education to communities. I know that Wildlife Services has a full-time officer down there that does education. Even with that going on right now, we don't seem to have enough PSA or public service announcements or other things going on because there continues to be a lot of confusion in the general public of what goes on with coyotes, how to handle them, and how to live with urban coyotes. And we tend to still having a lot of people losing animals and pets. And I'm wondering, Tony, if with the new urban conflict stuff, what is the process to try to get something where we're getting more public education going on with this on a grander scale or more public awareness? And one of the things that came to my mind is one of the guys in my CAB who hunts in Arizona, and those that hunt in Arizona, they put out a brochure that had to do with water use and animal impacts in Arizona, and I'll give this over to the secretary. But it had to do with the fact that, is anybody putting out something like that? So the brochure came from Arizona, talked about water use and animals, but we could maybe do something like that, which would be something that we would hand out rather than just having a discussion, but we have out something that, you know, when you go to hotels in California, they have brochures they hand out with stuff, but maybe something in various communities or community centers that we hand out that talk about urban coyotes, or we have a mailer. And I know that these things cost money, but if we're getting money and doing things, it might help in certain areas where we're having a lot of urban wildlife conflicts, especially with coyotes, and people to be looking at that. It's a problem that's not gonna go away. Trappers aren't gonna come in and fix it. And doing something at trapping ain't gonna fix it. It's gotta be fixed by learning how to live with an urban population of coyotes, which is learning how to remove the things that bring coyotes into your neighborhood or minimize that in your neighborhood to reduce their impact in your neighborhood. And the last thing is that there was at least confusion in Clark County at Moles Meats with some of the people collecting samples for the CWD, chronic wasting disease thing, that when people came in and turned in their heads to get sampled and stuff, there were several people that asked, what if my animal comes back positive? And one person from the Department of Wildlife told the guy, well, we won't notify you because it'll go into a general thing. There'll be a general notification that an animal was identified in Nevada that had chronic wasting disease. Another person said, yes, you'll be identified personally. That's why we take your name and tag number. And so there was confusion, at least, Tony, from what went on as far as when samples were being taken and the hunters were being told how information would be given back out to the public or to the hunter about what the results of the chronic wasting disease study would be. And so there was concern on the hunter's part, if he gave a sample and his deer was identified, would he be notified so that he would know whether or not he could make the choice of whether he wanted to consume that meat. Thank you.
Any other cab items?
Steve Marcus, White Pine. We had an item come forward on our agenda. It has to do with the Silver State OHV trail that ends in Lincoln County, and from the south, and from the north it's in Elko County. They're trying to run it through White Pine County. Our board does not have a problem with the trail, but the proposed route that it's taking right now, the first 7 to 10 miles goes through areas of significant habitat or critical habitat. It goes right through a guy's property. What we would like is to be included. I understand that NDOW is already involved, but we would like to have a say at the table before any decisions are made, and be made aware or apprised of any action that's being taken or sought. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions? No. Cool, thank you.
Any additional cab items? I take it there's not going to be cab items in Elko or Las Vegas since their representatives are here, but I'm going to, I guess, check to make sure. Las Vegas?
No comment in Las Vegas. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Elko?
No comment in Elko.
Thank you. With that, we'll move on from agenda item number 4 and move on to the approval of the minutes. This is an action item. Commission minutes may be approved from the November 2nd and 3rd, 2018 meeting. Has everyone had a chance to review the minutes from the November meeting? Any comments? Seeing none, this is an action item. Any public comment in Las Vegas on the minutes from the November commission meeting?
No public comment in Las Vegas. Thank you.
Any comments on the minutes in Elko?
No comment in Elko.
Any public comment on the minutes here in Reno? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the commission for any further discussion or motion.
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion to approve the minutes for November 2nd and 3rd, 2018 as presented.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner McNinch with a second from Commissioner East to approve the November 2nd and 3rd, 2018 meeting minutes as presented. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries 9-0. With that, we'll close agenda item 5 and move on to item 6, reports informational. Wildlife Heritage Account Report, Deputy Director Liz O'Brien. A report will be provided on funds available, interest and principal for expenditure from the Wildlife Heritage Account in the upcoming year. And I do not see Ms. O'Brien here, so Deputy Director Rob.
Thank you, Chairman Johnson, Commission members, per NAC 501.330, Section 2, we have to bring this report in front of the commission to give you updates where our funding level is. This year, we will be able to fund $979,702.65. That is an increase of $92,228 over last year. Last year was a previous record, so we keep hitting records on that. The biggest growth we saw on that was the Silver State tag had a tremendous growth last year. If we would have had a better product placement of PIW tags and people could get back to PIW, we probably would have gone over $1 million. We're working to ensure that. But just it depends on the price of the auction tags, and with the economy being up, I suspect they'll be up also. So things are looking good in the heritage account. Any questions?
Any questions from the commission? Seeing none, thank you, Deputy Director Robb.
Thank you.
With that, we'll move on to agenda item number 6B, Western Association of Fish and Wildlife Agencies Midwinter Conference, Secretary Wasley and Commissioner McNinch. A report from the conference held in Tucson, Arizona will be provided by the attendees. Commissioner McNinch.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate going first, and Tony can clean up after me here a little bit. So there was a lot of interesting discussion in the Commissioners Committee. More than ever, I felt like the states are really experiencing a lot of the same things, maybe not from a specific wildlife management area, but from the social aspect. And one of the things that really, that we spent quite a bit of time talking on was the lack of civil discourse that all commissions and agencies are experiencing across the West. And I'm sure that holds true across the country, but certainly in the West, everything from wolves and bears to drones and shed antlers and use of private land, use of public lands. I mean, it's just widespread, and it's really becoming an issue, and it's elevating to the point. Of course, we had some incidents here that were that caused some concern and were litigated. It's not uncommon. It's happening everywhere, and so I think that it's rising to the point where, what do you do about it? How do you handle this kind of stuff? And I think that I know that I had made comment in previous commission meetings. I believe the last one that we had here when we were listening to the gentleman that had some pretty significant issues with his bear hunt, and that's not uncommon. It's getting to be more common, people being met in the field with not veiled threats, but just flat out, threats. And it's something that I think we're all going to have to start dealing with, and I think that there's certainly a growing awareness for it, and it's okay to have differences of opinion, but the way people are going about handling it these days is just it's just not acceptable. The way that it's going, that when people are being threatened with their lives, and there's destruction of property and things of that nature. So I can see that as something that we may have to engage in at a different level, maybe legislatively, to make it clear that there's better ways to do things. Tony will be talking about some other things, where you identify, some of the challenges that we might have in representing constituents and stuff that we might have to engage in a little harder, that kind of down something along those lines. But anyway, I just wanted to let everybody know that it's not something new. We could all assume, but there was a lot of conversation about it. There was some discussion on air bows and air guns. These are advancing technologies, new technologies out there, just when you think you've seen it all. And probably something we're going to need to look into. I'm not sure that any of our regs covering some of these advancing technologies have covered air guns or air bows. So I think it's something that we may have to take a look at and make sure that we've addressed it properly. Utah, and I say this, I mention these state things because I think it kind of gives you an idea of where we're headed here. Right now, when you buy an air bow or an air gun, it doesn't contribute to Pittman-Robertson. They don't pay that tax. It doesn't pay into that tax. So what Utah has done is they've basically allowed them temporarily But when that temporary approval expires, I think it was a one-year deal, they won't be allowed to use them in Utah until they start paying into PR. So they're kind of forcing industry to do the right thing and have industry push to have the excise tax assessed to their products as well. So something that we might have to look at or consider at some point in the future. Arizona's got some real interesting, and every time I go to this meeting, they have something a little new or a little different. And the reason why it's important, I think, for us to talk about Arizona once in a while is Tony will be talking about how our attitudes have changed in the state of Nevada with regards to wildlife and wildlife issues. Arizona's in the same boat, and they've had some real innovative ways of kind of engaging their public that might be something that we talk about. And what they've done is they've taken advantage of current events, for example, drought or big fires, things like that, to fundraise specifically for non-game type stuff through texting options. So they've created this process where it's kind of normal, where you play off of the emotions of the moment, and they say that it actually raises quite a bit of money. And you kind of engage your populace in a different way, and maybe that they think that it's helping to alleviate some of the issues that where you're giving these people a positive outlet for some of their frustrations and stuff. So I thought that was kind of innovative. And then Jack can talk about the other thing. They do these things where they try to take advantage of people's discretionary money, and they have basically an insurance program, and it's not quite, it would be difficult for us to go back and do it, but basically it's called Point Guard, and you can pay $5 per species to protect your points, no questions asked. If you back out of you can't use your tag, you turn your tag in, and the tag is reallocated, but there's no questions asked. That you don't have to tell anybody why or what. It's just a personal decision, and you get away from all these things about why you couldn't use it. And bottom line is that they raise quite a bit of money off of that. So it's $5 per species, and pretty much everybody takes advantage of it. It sounds like a lot of people engage in it. So. I'm just bringing those up because there's some innovative things that they're doing, and every time I go in there, it's like somebody's. I'm not sure who's coming up with all these ideas, but they think outside of the box better than somebody like me does. That's for sure. Let me see here. Tony will go over the new report that came out. It's America's Wildlife Values, and Tony will be going over it, and. We'll talk more. I'll have some more comments during that, I'm sure, but Nevada's changing, and they're changing dramatically, and our attitudes towards wildlife and how we view that kind of stuff is very, very similar to California, and if not right in line with them. So we're not like Idaho, and we're not like Montana and places like that, or excuse me, Wyoming. We're very much like California, and that changes how we probably handle things or should handle things, from the standpoint that if you're talking about this, but people over here speak this language, you could have this gap that creates big problems for you. So I'm sure we'll learn more about that. There was a lot of discussion on Recovering America's Wildlife Act, and again, that's on the agenda for today. I think that there's reason to be encouraged that the legislation made it very deep into this session last year, and at a very high level, and it just didn't quite make it over the top. But they believe that there's reason for optimism, and it's going to take kind of a regrouping, and there has to be some modifications made to the proposal. But I think that there's reason to be optimistic, and it's a game changer for wildlife agencies. It's a lot of money, and For Nevada, Tony, is the number still sticking around 30 million, 26 to 30 million? Is that what the number was?
Correct, 26 million on the federal side plus a match, putting it closer to 35 or so.
Yeah. So it's a lot of money, and it really opens the door for a lot of things. So we'll kind of keep our eye on that. It's the bill needs to be reintroduced. If it hasn't already, I imagine it might have been, well, with the shutdown, I don't know. But very, very close to the time frame that bill needs to be reintroduced. And I'll just say that Tony is co-chairing the Relevancy Roadmap Committee, which is its goal. It's one of the other recommendations of the Blue Ribbon Panel that to address barriers agencies may have in representing their constituents and moving wildlife issues forward, and moving wildlife conservation forward, and that it's planned. Planned release is in October of this year, I think, is what the goal was. But hopefully Tony will talk to that. The last thing that I'll throw out is there was a real emphasis on recognizing that throughout the West, there's 18 new governors in the West, and that's amazing if you think about it. Federal level, there's a lot of vacancies at a lot of the major agencies. State level, those state level positions there's a lot of vacancies in those too. And I think the point was, it'd be easy to lose focus or lose the forest through the trees with all these changes. And I think the emphasis was to find a way to not allow things to speak with a unified voice. It might be a little more of a challenge than it has been in the past. So I think there was some emphasis being placed on understand what's driving some of that, or could be driving some of that, and don't lose sight of the goals and what we've been working on. It's still very important. It just might be a little more difficult to, right now, and let's don't forget to be unified about it. So I think that's all that I had.
Thank you, Commissioner McNinch. Secretary Wosley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dave mentioned that I would be talking about America's Wildlife Values Survey. I just want to point out that's a separate agenda item number 10, so we'll get to that later today. I did want to maybe provide just a little background on WAFWA, what it is, not only for any new commissioners, new employees, new CAB members, or public in attendance, but we deal with state issues, state by state, and then we have regional associations. And so WAFWA, the Western Association of Fish and Wildlife Agencies, I believe it's 17 states. It's been around since 1922, and it allows us the opportunity to develop regional approaches to challenges that have a regional flavor. And then the nation is divided into 4 regions. There's a Midwestern Association, a Northeastern Association, and a Southeastern Association. And then there's a national association, the Association of Fish and Wildlife Agencies. And so I didn't understand or appreciate the value of the regional or national associations as a field biologist. So 10 years of my career, I wondered why the agency was spending time or money going to a trip in Kansas or elsewhere, and wondered how that could be relevant to Nevada. And I think there's 3 answers to that question. Dave hit on one. It allows for states to develop unified positions on regional issues. So whether it's chronic wasting disease, whether it's mitigation, migration corridors, so you have a secretarial order addressing migration corridors, and it's great to have a meeting where all the states affected by that secretarial order can get together and have unified positions. The second clear value is access to our federal partners. So when we have the Secretary of Interior, Secretary Jewell, when she was Secretary of Interior, would frequently attend and interact, and it gives us access to federal partners at a high level that we wouldn't otherwise have. Nevada's a long way from Washington, D.C., but when you have the head of the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service engaged in attending those meetings, you can have one-on-one conversations. You have the opportunity to establish a relationship and build a rapport. And then thirdly, sharing science successes and failures. It's an incredible professional development opportunity where biologists can get with other biologists, they can share science, we can be much more efficient in not recreating the wheel. We found out, Idaho already did this, or Montana already did this, or we did this, and can share with them. Same thing on the law enforcement front, habitat successes and failures. So there's great value to each member agency and the employees in it. So just want to kind of provide that as a backdrop first. Dave talked about 18 new governors in the West, and you're in, federal shutdown. So there's a whole lot of uncertainty. There was already a lot of uncertainty on the federal side because we haven't had, and right now we have an acting Secretary of Interior. We don't have a confirmed head of the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. We don't have a confirmed head of the Bureau of Land Management. There's already that uncertainty. Now put the uncertainty of a federal shutdown, and the very few federal employees were working and could attend and engage, and so their absence in key discussions around sagebrush restoration, sage grouse management was key and noticed. And then introduce 18 new governors. Several directors have turned over or may be turning over. Several directors, their future was uncertain. But there's still a common theme in the items that were discussed. Dave talked about Recovering America's Wildlife Act, and that would bring almost 27 million federal dollars matched with 8 to 9 million state dollars. We're talking about $35 to $36 million annually for conservation for the state of Nevada. This is the third Congress that it will have been introduced in, and before the last Congress ended, there were nearly 120 co-sponsors on the House version. Had a lot. It's a bipartisan bill. There were almost equal numbers of Republicans and Democrats. So hopefully at some point we'll stop fighting and get back to work and be able to provide states some valuable resources. There was some good discussion and shared science on chronic wasting disease, not only the science around it, but looking for assistance from the federal government to fund some of the programs in the states in monitoring and addressing the challenge of chronic wasting disease. And as said earlier, Nevada does not have any positive tests. California does not, Oregon does not, Idaho presently doesn't have any hits either, but there is a expanding core. It is moving. Every year there are new states that get positive hits. We believe that it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. We've stepped up our monitoring. We're developing a response plan in hope that we can put that off, if not prevent it altogether. We do have a bill before the state legislature this year to address importation of possibly infected parts from states that have hits, and we've worked with the State Department of Ag on that language and placement of that. So you'll hear more about that through the legislative subcommittee and broader discussions. Another item that was discussed at WAFWA is the Pittman-Robertson Modernization Act. And so Pittman-Robertson is the federal excise tax on guns and ammunition that funds so much of our activities. There's a bill, again, it's been introduced in the last two Congresses to modernize what that money can be spent on, how it can be spent, and the language in that bill would broaden the allowable expenditures so that it can be used to actually used as recruitment, retention, reactivation, with the idea that if you have more people purchasing guns and ammo, you're generating more federal excise tax to do more conservation on the ground, and the return on investment would be increased. I mentioned mitigation. This administration has taken a starkly different approach to mitigation as the previous administrations, and the Department of Interior and BLM and Fish and Wildlife Service, which are both interior agencies, have a different take on their responsibilities under NEPA, the National Environmental Policy Act, and FLPMA. They don't believe they have the authority to require mitigation, so projects occurring on public lands, whether it's a wind, a geothermal, a mine, whatever those potential disturbances are on public land. The federal government that administers those lands does not believe they have the authority to require those companies to mitigate their impacts. And so that, as you can imagine, has caused for a lot of discussion and debate about what those authorities are and what those mitigation policies look like. Migratory Bird Treaty Act, I think we've talked a little bit in here, so that the act that protects all those migratory birds that roam from Canada to Mexico and across states that are covered under the Migratory Bird Treaty Act. There's a specific provision in that act that defines what incidental take is. And if, as an industry or if you take meaning kill birds incidentally to your activities, the definition of what constitutes that incidental take has been debated. And again, this administration has rolled back that interpretation and relaxed it in a way that I believe 8 different states are suing over the what is an M opinion on the definition of incidental take. And so that's another regional, actually national issue that has come up both through the Association of Fish and Wildlife Agencies as well as each of the regional associations. Dave mentioned the relevancy roadmap effort, and so the Blue Ribbon panel that was commissioned by the Association of Fish and Wildlife Agencies to look at permanent dedicated funding that was kind of the genesis of Alliance for America's Fish and Wildlife, which then became Recovering America's Wildlife Act, had 2 recommendations. The second recommendation was telling the story of conservation, engaging broader constituencies. And so this relevancy roadmap is that effort, the second recommendation under the Blue Ribbon panel. And Dave was correct, the draft of that roadmap, which is intended to be a tool for state wildlife agencies to understand the constraints to relevancy of state wildlife agencies. The draft of that will be made public at the North American in March, with the final being presented at the Association of Fish and Wildlife Agencies meeting in September. The last item, again, is the Wildlife Value Survey. There was considerable discussion. The lead researcher from Colorado State, Mike Manfredo, was there, gave a presentation, and dove into some of those details. And on agenda item 10, I'll share some of the high-level takeaways from both the America's Wildlife Value Surveys as well as the Nevada State Report. And then at the end of this meeting, we can provide links. We can post those reports and have them available in the support material link from this meeting, so anybody that's interested in downloading an electronic copy of PDF and those reports can have access to them. And that's all I have to add. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner McNinch, anything to add? With that, we'll move on from agenda item 6B to agenda item number 6C, Department Activity Report, Secretary Wasley. A report will be provided on Nevada Department of Wildlife Activities.
I'm gonna have to pay better attention to how these agendas are assembled. Oh, give myself a break in there. Thank you for the opportunity to share with the commission and those in attendance many of the great things that the Department of Wildlife is undertaking. Certainly, if you have any questions on any of these items, we encourage them either here where the public can hear the response or following up at a time that's more convenient for you all. From the Director's Office, I wanted to report that the Commission General Regulation 480, the turkey shot size, was approved by the Legislative Commission, became effective on December 19th. The regulation revises provisions relating to the shot size and cleans up the existing language. Both myself and Deputy Director Robb, as well as some other conservation education staff, were able to attend the Recreational Boating and Fishing Foundation's annual marketing meeting in Atlanta, Georgia. The RBFF funds our travel and lodging to that event. I also as a vice chairman of the North American Wetland Conservation Council. Attended a meeting in Washington, D.C., where Nevada had a project submitted through Ducks Unlimited, providing nearly $900,000 for a Lahontan Valley Wetlands project. So we were successful in getting that grant approved. The director's office attended the welcome reception for new legislators on January 15th. We were able to meet with all of the freshman legislators on both the Assembly and Senate Natural Resource Committees. Six different freshmen will be on those committees, 4 on the Assembly side and 2 on the Senate side. Also attended the State of the State address in the Assembly chambers on January 16th. The legislative session will begin on February 4th. The language for the department's housekeeping bill, which is Assembly Bill 83, has been released. Some examples of revisions in this bill will include moose as a big game animal in statute, so it matches regulation, clarification of resident qualifications for licenses, tags, and permits, and simplifying the process for buying a resource enhancement stamp. 2 other bills coming from the department. Senate Bill 55 revises NRS 503 language to include muzzle loading muskets and rifles to match NAC. Assembly Bill 74 incorporates antler dealers in the statute, which currently regulates fur dealers. Antler dealers would be required to be licensed in the state and keep records when buying and selling skulls, heads, and certain antlers. The Friends of Nevada Wildlife Legislative Luncheon is scheduled for March 19th. Commissioners are encouraged to attend if available. We'll again try to have a wild harvest theme for that legislative luncheon, and are gladly accepting donations if somebody would happen to have a good year and a lot of tags, Mr. Chairman. The department is pleased with the work our new license vendor from over the past year. We'd like to thank the commission and our customers for their patience while we resolved a few issues. License certifications are vital to our Dingle, Johnson, and Pittman Robertson funding models. Again, those are the funding models from which federal excise tax on hunting and fishing equipment are returned to the state. And the amount that states are allocated are contingent on the number of certified hunters and anglers that are in the field. So we're quite happy to announce that fishing license sales are up over 40% over last year, while hunting license sales are up over 28%. The Game Division invested substantial effort in the drafting of season recommendations for their presentation at this meeting. Special effort was made to identify changes from prior season structures and provide a brief rationale for the recommended changes. Unfortunately, a respiratory disease outbreak in bighorn sheep with a significant die-off seems to be ongoing in the Clan Alpine Range in Unit 183. Although there have been rumors of feral goats in the area, strain typing confirms that the specific Mycoplasma ovonomi that these sheep have is identical to that from a southern bighorn sheep herd that underwent a similar die-off several years ago. A recent effort to capture sheep that are currently suffering from clinical symptoms and our inability to find them may indicate that most of the mortality has already occurred. Chronic wasting disease surveillance concluded for the fall of 2018 with about 450 samples collected. This is our largest surveillance collection to date, and no CWD was detected in Nevada. Although this is positive news, the continued expanded detections in other states, like the recent detection in Montana, make vigilance important. The department's working with the Department of Ag to ensure legislation may be adopted to provide greater regulation that can limit the probability that CWD will be introduced from a neighboring state. Landowner compensation tags have been completed for 2018, providing compensation tags for pronghorn numbers and mule deer numbers in 2019. While final tallies are still being tabulated, the final number of tags issued will probably be in the low 300s, similar to the past 2 years. Preparations continue for the Desert Bighorn Council meetings that Nevada will host in Mesquite, April 17th through the 19th. Game staff participated in the midwinter meeting of WAFWA, along with myself, Deputy Director, and a handful of conservation education staff. Current revision to the book Managing Cougars in North America is ongoing, and the work group intends to have a first draft for director review by this summer. 104 mountain quail were captured near Roseburg, Oregon, and relocated to Hendry's Creek in the North Snake Range. 104 were released into the Northern Snake Range on November 7th, and the quail were captured in the mountain ranges surrounding Myrtle Creek, Oregon. The department is participating on the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service's core team to perform updates and revisions to the species status assessment for the bi-state sage-grouse. This is a new concept that really kind of empowers the states to be part of the listing decision process in a way that hasn't historically happened. This species is once again considered proposed for listing under the Endangered Species Act. What happened is in 2015, the Secretary of Interior found that it was not warranted. That decision was challenged in court. The judge vacated that decision. The judge didn't say, I disagree, we think it's warranted. The judge said, please try to tell the story again. The way that we view that is we've had 3.5 years of opportunity to demonstrate conservation action, and so we just have another bite at the apple and another opportunity to tell that story and a seat at the table to do so. The research project that was designed to passively estimate black bear populations in Nevada is well underway by a Michigan State University student. The Wildlife Conservation Society has agreed to collaborate and contribute their GPS movement data collected in the same region to increase the accuracy of the population model. The bear population within Nevada is now being estimated through 3 methods: a standard accounting population model using MARC recapture data and program MARC, and now using hair snags and movement data. The standard accounting model and program MARC have generated remarkably similar estimates in the past, and the passive estimation will prove interesting. The Fisheries Division, because Lake Mead is still accessible to private watercraft, the aquatic invasive species inspection stations are continuing to operate despite the federal agency shutdown. During this period, staff have conducted approximately 150 inspections and 10 full watercraft decontaminations. In 2018, Lake Mead stations conducted more than 17,000 inspections and 800 full decontaminations. Angler creel reports indicate good results from Lake Mead so far this winter, with abundant nice striped bass in good condition being caught. Anglers have also been having good results for crappie in the Overton Arm through early January. Federal furlough affecting Federal Wildlife Services and other federal agencies since before the holidays is beginning to affect some activities, particularly coordination to prepare for the 2019 field season and some field work. Devil's Hole pupfish winter surveys and the annual Lahontan cutthroat trout interagency meeting have been canceled, and we anticipate delays in moving forward with the development of the regional spring snail conservation strategy. A contractor, Spring Stewardship Institute, has been hired to help develop the final strategy, but workshops scheduled for later this month likely will be postponed because of the federal shutdown. Sparks Marina Pond experienced a fish kill early this month, similar to events that have occurred at least once over the past few winters. The primary cause seems to be low dissolved oxygen levels after a lengthy period of cold temperatures and still air with no wind to provide surface aeration. We're continuing discussions with the City of Sparks on the potential to install aerators in the lake that could increase oxygen levels during the winter. Western Region staff are working with USGS to finalize new monitoring protocols for the isolated Great Basin Western toad populations, which will make our survey work much more robust and defensible. This is particularly important given the recent ESA listing petition for the Dixie Valley toad and the likely future efforts to list other isolated toad populations across Nevada. Fishery staff have made considerable progress working with the Fish and Wildlife Service, the Forest Service, the State of California, and others updating recovery goals for Lahontan cutthroat trout. The goal was to have the new recovery goals completed by February or March, but that effort is now on hold until the federal agency shutdown is resolved. Considerable progress being made on the upgrade and replacement of the supply wells at the Mason Valley Hatchery. The existing wells date to hatchery construction in the mid-1980s, and the new wells will provide a much more secure and expanded water supply for trout production. Gallagher Hatchery in Ruby Valley also now has an updated, fully operational alarm system to protect fish production at that facility. The Law Enforcement Division, Mark Svankara, an Idaho man, was sentenced December 17th for unlawful possession of a mule deer. Svankara, a repeat offender in Idaho, was charged in Nevada for allowing his daughter to shoot a buck in Area 081 with a Utah general tag. He possessed the deer for some time, knowing it was harvested in the wrong area. Svankara paid over $3,000 in fines and is looking at a loss of hunting, fishing, and trapping privileges for 5 years. Lead game warden on the case was Nick Brunson. Trevor Walsh reached a plea deal for a trapping violation for selling furs without a trapping license. This is Walsh's 4th trapping violation in 5 years, and the department will be seeking revocation on his license privileges. The lead game warden on that case is Jason Jackson. William Randall Flynn was convicted of unlawfully catching a vulture in a trap due to a trapping with jackrabbits as exposed bait. He was also convicted for failing to visit traps in 96 hours and for being more than 48 hours late. Flynn was later arrested and given credit for time served in jail for the conviction. Elko County still has charges pending for the possession of controlled substances unrelated to this case. Lead game warden on that case was Fred Esparza. Felony charges have been filed in Elko Justice Court on Idaho resident Skip Crown for unlawful killing of a mountain lion in 2016. Crown is currently revoked in Idaho for hunting and fishing violations. Crown was incarcerated earlier this year for unrelated charges in Idaho. In addition to investigating this case, game warden Jason Jackson helped write and serve the Idaho search warrant that was involved with this case. Felony charges have been filed in Humboldt County against Charles Seipel for intentionally killing a deer without a tag. This case occurred less than a mile from the Elko-Humboldt County line in March of 2017. In addition to being the lead on the case, Jason Jackson also wrote the search warrant that was involved there as well. Felony charges were filed in Elko County against Alan Malote for intentionally shooting a mule deer buck without a tag. Associated with this case, Steve Thornhill was convicted in October for obstructing a game warden and paid a fine and lost privileges for 3 years. This investigation stemmed from the killing that occurred in November 27. Lead game warden was Quinn Hesterly. Felony charges have been filed against Jay Jurgensen in Elko County for the unlawful killing of a big game animal. Jurgensen allegedly shot a trophy class mule deer in 081 during the archery season of 2018 without a tag. Buck Tingle was the lead warden on that case. Jamie Salazar was charged for allegation of being an ex-felon in possession of a firearm. The charges stem from a hunting accident investigation where Salazar allegedly shot another hunter while coyote hunting in Elko County. Lead game warden, again, was Jason Jackson. Charges were recently requested in Elko County Juvenile Court for a juvenile that shot a large 4x4 mule deer buck in Area 10 with the wrong weapon type. Game warden Quinn Hesterly was the lead. Rubio bear poaching case. This is the case that began in 2017 in the Dayton Valley area and took approximately a year to fully investigate and file charges. We recently received evidence from forensic testing indicating there were 4 shooters, like the investigation had suggested. The 3 current defendants in this case had a status hearing on January 16th. They waived their preliminary hearing and go to the pretrial conference February 4th. There'll be much more to come on this. Western Region Game Wardens investigated a double fatality boat accident on Topaz Lake that happened on January 12th. 3 adult men took out a pedal boat to go fishing. The boat began to take on water and partially capsized. 1 man fell into the water and drowned where the boat flipped. Another man swam approximately 130 yards and drowned less than 30 yards from the shore. The 3rd man knew that he couldn't swim to shore, turned around and held on to the partially submerged pedal boat, which likely allowed him to survive. There were no flotation devices on the vessel. Game wardens also helped piece together where subjects were last seen and helped with the 2-day body recovery effort. Fallon warden Ryan Drew is investigating a possible illegal harvest of a bighorn sheep in the wrong unit. The tag was for 044 and 182, and the suspect reported shooting his sheep in Unit 183. His report shows that he scouted in 183 as well. Western Region wardens helped with a Southern Region case because the suspects live in the Western Region. This case involves multiple people, some employed in law enforcement, that killed a deer without tags and/or on other people's tags. Western Region wardens did surveillance on houses, conducted interviews, and seized deer meat that was involved in the case. Western Region Game Warden Randy Lassetti began a residency fraud case several months ago on a California resident claiming to be a Nevada resident. This case also turned into a felony in possession of a firearm investigation that took several months to complete with surveillance and interviews in California. This subject turned himself in on arrest warrants on December 7th. Booking charges were providing false information to obtain a Nevada resident hunting license, which is a misdemeanor, false information to obtain a Nevada resident big game tag, a gross misdemeanor, hunting on a license obtained by false statement, also a misdemeanor, killing of an antelope without a valid tag, a felony, and possession of unlawfully killed antelope, a gross misdemeanor, and ultimately possession of firearm by person convicted of felony crimes, which is also a felony. Western Region game wardens have worked a lot of injured deer hit by car and feeding deer in the Genoa area. Because of the feeding issues, we're planning a saturation patrol and possibly a PR campaign to help the area residents understand why it's bad to feed big game and that it is illegal. Southern Region Game Warden Victor Jordan is investigating a wanton waste case that appears to be a bighorn sheep with a head removed in the Spring Mountains. And Lincoln County Game Warden John Anderson is investigating a deer killed on private property without permission. Multiple game wardens participated in the Shop with a Cop benefit events around the state during the holidays, and game wardens around the state have investigated and documented several stolen traps. I know it was a fairly lengthy report from law enforcement. It certainly was not by design to refute some of the claims that the department has been negligent in its duty in enforcing a recently passed law with some of the events that occurred at Safari Club, but it certainly demonstrates that our law enforcement efforts have been significant, and there isn't a lot of what you might term as turning the other cheek. From the Conservation Education Division, public information officers conducted interviews with local news outlets, Channel 4, Channel 2, and KOH 780 radio regarding the Sparks Marina fish die-off and the Carson City gun range issue. For those that aren't familiar with the Carson City gun range issue, many of the gun ranges around the state have involved use of federal funds for developing facilities. Carson City, as a condition of accepting those federal funds, they must provide reasonable access to the public with some potential perceptions of safety issues and conflicts with the Carson City range. Those hours were restricted. And so the agency has reached out and been in communication with that facility and trying to look for some solutions to provide what we believe would constitute reasonable access. Con Ed also staffed a booth at the Nevada Cattlemen's Association Convention in November, staffed a booth at the Sacramento International Sportsman's Expo in January, and continued to participate with Sage West, which is a communication effort highlighting the importance of sagebrush that we had on a previous commission agenda. Are currently drafting a communication strategy for the Nevada Collaborative Conservation Network and a standard operating procedure guidance for our new website. For the Nevada Collaborative Conservation Network's new website. Con Ed staff have made updates to the fishable waters map and a significant overhaul to the 2019 fishing guide. New publications for wildlife management areas are set to be on shelves before summer. Staff continues to collaborate to revamp all urban wildlife brochures in addressing Mr. Dixon's concerns from Clark County. We are revamping all the urban wildlife brochures. We just completed a PSA on coyotes for southern Nevada to be used statewide. We want to make sure we have consistent messaging, branding, formatting, and contact information in those. The agency is also pursuing additional general fund to assist with some of the urban wildlife challenges that Mr. Dixon brought up. Con Ed staff surpassed the goal of 35,000 followers on our Facebook page, and the number continues to grow. The department's Instagram following also increased by more than 20% and is now at 4,900 followers. In November, Con Ed staff posted a video from a Facebook follower capturing a moose walking through sagebrush in Wells, Nevada. The post became the department's most popular post of 2018, reaching close to 290,000 people and earning nearly 16,000 reactions, 3,400 shares, and almost 3,000 comments. After receiving more than a dozen Facebook messages of other moose sightings in the state, Con Ed staff and game biologists are working on a citizen science project. Staff is encouraging the public to send in sightings and documenting the information we receive to be used towards research on the species. The moose sighting in Wells, Nevada, and the citizen science project that followed have been covered by news outlets including the Reno Gazette-Journal, Carson Now, KTVN Channel 2, reaching more than 500,000 people. Con Ed staff member attended the National Association Interpretation National Conference in New Orleans, Louisiana. Sessions covered multiple environmental and outdoor education topics such as wildlife education pop-up programs and incorporating citizen science in programming. A framework for wildlife education program evaluations was created with specific focus on living with wildlife presentations. In December, Con Ed staff presented to the Kings Canyon Homeowners Association in Carson City on living with wildlife. The presentation covered biology and behaviors of bobcats, mountain lions, coyotes, and bears, as well as information on mitigating and preventing conflicts with these animals. Statewide outdoor education coordinator performed site visits throughout the state to shooting ranges that completed projects funded through the Hunter Education Program. During these visits, staff also met with potential project leaders for additional shooting range improvements. If anyone is interested in the Hunter Education Shooting Range grant funds, they can contact our statewide outdoor education coordinator, Aaron Keller, and he'll be able to help facilitate your application. Statewide outdoor education coordinator applied for funding through the George H.W. Bush Vamos a Pescar Education Fund. The Vamos a Pescar is a Hispanic outreach program. Let's go fishing. We're pleased to hear this week that our grant application was selected for funding, and we're excited to introduce Hispanic families to fishing, boating, and the importance of wildlife conservation. The department has partnered with the Ruby Mountain Rios of the National Wild Turkey Federation to co-host this year's Elko Sportsman Expo, which is scheduled for March 2nd through 3rd. 2nd and 3rd. We have several nonprofit booths as well as almost 30 vendors signed up. The Con Ed division has produced videos that provide viewers with trout fishing tips and an overview of the Hunter Education Program. Both were posted on the department's Facebook and YouTube pages. To date, the two videos generated 2,200 and 3,100 Facebook views respectively. Additionally, Fly of the Month classes have been held and videos were released immediately on social media after the classes. Everybody doing okay? I'm doing all right. Usually I spend a little bit more time editing this down, but today I'm reading it all. From the Habitat Division, NDOW's wildfire rehabilitation projects are well underway across a multitude of 2018 wildfires. Nevada Partners for Conservation and Development, which is a department program, has to date spent approximately $2.9 million on herbicide, seed, and application. Additionally, we're working with our federal partners to ensure restoration actions continue or are covered during the federal government shutdown. Water development staff have finished coordinating construction priorities with regional staff and the sportsman conservation groups that provided extensive volunteer assistance. The northern and southern crews will each be working on 7 guzzlers with the assistance of the volunteers starting in January and finishing in July. Water development construction season kicks off with the rebuilding of 5 ram guzzler in the Muddy Mountains. In addition, the volunteer projects will In addition to the volunteer projects, each crew will conduct maintenance flights and perform minor, moderate maintenance throughout the year. I had a request from one of the commissioners for an update on the military, both the Fallon Naval Air Station as well as Nellis expansions. So I wanted to incorporate that into the department activity report. And first I'll give an update on the Fallon. Fallon Naval Air Station made the draft environmental impact statement for the proposed Fallon Range Training Center expansion available for public review on November 16th. Comment period was recently extended to allow for additional review time and now closes February 14th. The draft EIS and electronic comment submission is available online. If anybody would like to provide comments, we can provide that link for those wishing to review the proposal and provide comments. The Navy's preferred alternative is Alternative 3 in the draft EIS and would renew the existing 202,000 acres with withdrawal and add approximately 672,000 acres of new military withdrawal. Of this, approximately 424,000 acres would be closed to public access for use as bombing ranges. From a wildlife perspective, the B-17 and B-20 bombing ranges contain the highest habitat and wildlife values, particularly for populations of bighorn sheep, pronghorn, and waterfowl on a portion of the Fallon National Wildlife Refuge. Approximately 41 water developments are directly impacted in the withdrawal, and of these, 18 would lose public access. 6 would remain closed to the public as part of the renewed withdrawal. NDOW and the Navy have scheduled an upcoming meeting to discuss future access agreements to provide NDOW access for management activities and provide sportsman opportunities to hunt bighorn sheep on the B-17 range. The status and details of these agreements is currently undetermined, but are a high priority for NDOW and sportsmen. NDOW is preparing a full comment letter for submittal before the February 14th deadline. The final legislative environmental impact statement for the Nevada Test and Training Range expansion was made available to the public on October 26th. The existing NTTR includes 2.9 million acres in the current withdrawal and approximately 826,000 acres overlapping the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service's Desert National Wildlife Refuge, which was established in 1936. Through the NTTR's EIS, the Air Force would like to renew the existing withdrawal and include an additional withdrawal of 301,000 acres to improve the range's capacity. Due to the nature of the NTTR, all existing and proposed withdrawals would be closed to the public except for a small window during the holiday shutdown that is open to hunters with valid tags. NDOW fully participated throughout the development of the draft EIS. However, several changes were made between the draft and the final, including alternate 3 inaccurately describing existing hunt seasons for Unit 252, 253, 280, 281, and 282. Additionally, should the expansion occur in Alternative 3C, hunt units 283 and 284 would be affected with the hunt season reduced from 30 days to approximately 2 weeks. This would require a new memorandum of understanding to be drawn with NDOW. While the final EIS has been made public, the Department of Interior through the BLM has authority to process federal land withdrawal applications and provide recommendations to Congress. The Silver State Trail project is currently in the draft environmental assessment comment period ending February 1st. NDOW has been providing feedback to the BLM throughout the process with the aim of reducing or eliminating impacts to sage grouse, elk, and mule deer, as well as their habitat. Our primary concerns currently are that the proposed routes occur within close proximity to several known sage grouse leks, as well as intersect all seasonal sage grouse habitat. Both routes also intersect crucial summer and winter habitat for big game. Habitat conditions will likely be impacted by increased establishment of noxious weeds, invasive plant species because of the increased use of the trails, which may also cause increased potential for wildfire. NDOW has been working with the BLM to provide recommendations on alternative routes that would be less impactful for wildlife and habitat. NDOW continues to push the Partners in Conservation database through state contracting processes. This is the database that would keep track of all habitat projects, pushing the contract to create that database through state processes, and we hope to select a contractor and begin working on developing the database later this spring. This database will serve as a launching point in developing a more user-friendly and spatially connected database. Certain components of the database would be made available to project partners and/or the public as a means of improving communication among partners, ensuring landscape scale considerations are used in project planning, and ultimately telling the story of habitat work to the general public. Former Governor Sandoval issued an executive order on December 7th, which directs the Sagebrush Ecosystem Program to develop temporary regulations to require compensatory mitigation using the Nevada Conservation Credit System and Habitat Quantification Tool for new and expanding anthropogenic disturbances on state and federal lands in Nevada. God, that's a long sentence. That's 5 lines. The Sagebrush Ecosystem Technical Team is currently drafting the temporary regulation language with the regulation hearing approval by the Sagebrush Ecosystem Council, and final adoption is expected to occur at the next council meeting. However, a date has not been scheduled. The process to transition the temporary regulation to establish permanent regulation will begin in summer and is expected to be completed in November. This is incredibly important given Interior's interpretation of their authorities and their ability to require mitigation. The state has stepped up those requirements and is trying to fill that void. NDOW is accepting new Wildlife Heritage Project proposals for the state fiscal year 2020. We'll accept those proposals until March 1st. Thanks to the generosity of Nevada sportsmen, a record amount of heritage funds will be available for new projects in FY 2020, and it'll be very close to $1 million. Data and Technology Services Division, the license office has started the new licensing year with vessel registrations and preparing for the upcoming hunting application periods. The department has already registered over 12,000 vessels and started accepting applications for spring turkey hunts on January 14th. We've taken over 1,200 applications to date and will accept spring turkey applications through Tuesday, February 5th. The department has now fully staffed our customer support center in Reno and have been assisting customers with vessel registration, license purchases, harvest return cards, and other concerns. We look forward to working with CalComI in the upcoming big game draw application period to address customer needs and assisting as many constituents as possible. IT staff continues to deploy upgraded computers and Microsoft Office 365 software to take advantage of the better document sharing and cloud-hosted services. We expect to complete this deployment early this year. The department deployed new GIS data collection tool to assist our annual winter raptor monitoring efforts. This tool collects data in the field and automatically enters it into a mapping database that supports enhanced data analysis and results presentation. Lastly, the Wildlife Diversity Division update. January is the time of year when the Wildlife Diversity conducts their annual winter raptor surveys. With the government shutdown, we're having difficulty getting all the routes covered. Of the 69 routes statewide, 43 are covered by federal partners. Several individuals have still volunteered for their routes and are doing them on their own time, which is greatly appreciated. Other surveyors have volunteered to pick up several additional routes, and new surveyors have been brought on. At this point, we think we'll have adequate coverage for the winter raptor surveys. Wildlife diversity biologists have been surveying known bat hibernation sites throughout northern Nevada. We have several sites across the state that we annually monitor for both numbers of hibernating bats as well as any potential evidence of white nose syndrome symptoms, which is the fungus that's killing a significant number of bats around the country. In addition, biologists have surveyed approximately 20 abandoned mine sites in the Crescent Peak area of southern Nevada along the California border and has another 20 mines to survey. Once completed, Nevada Division of Minerals has funding to secure these sites to protect the public while conserving valuable bat roosting sites. Work continues on the Golden Eagle tracking project in Dry Lake Valley in Lincoln County and Highcroft Mine in northwestern Nevada. We're tracking a total of 8 golden eagles with satellite transmitters, 4 territory holding adults and 4 non-territorial individuals of various ages. Combined with occupancy, density, and breeding success information, it's expected that this data will provide information that will help conserve the breeding population of golden eagles in Nevada and provide information to land managing agencies relevant to NEPA projects. And the very last item I have last week, the entire Wildlife Diversity Division met for 3 days for their annual coordination meeting. During this annual meeting, the team reviews biological work and results from the prior year, as well as decides, on priorities for the upcoming year. This year, Wildlife Diversity will continue the second year of a statewide nest occupancy study on ferruginous hawks that they began last year. In addition, they'll start working on pale and dark kangaroo mice in select areas while continuing annual work on breeding birds, short-eared owls, nightjars, bats, pikas, and reptiles. Staff had the opportunity to snowshoe into 2 camera traps that are deployed in the Tahoe Basin. Thank you for accommodating. Appreciate the opportunity to share the breadth, the diversity of efforts that the department undertakes. That concludes my department activity report.
Thank you, Director Bosley, and I should have said this earlier, but I was waiting for the report from you as director that I was certainly pleased to hear the news that you're staying on as the director of the department, and look forward to continuing to work with you. And so that was good news. And in terms of the luncheon, I'll see if I can maybe bring some Yerington onions. I don't, if there's any left in storage by March, but I don't know what you're talking about in terms of what I might else be able to bring. So with that, hopefully we'll close agenda item 6C and move on to 6D. And hopefully the litigation report will not quite be as lengthy as the department activity report. Senior Deputy Attorney General Brian Stockton.
The light's hard to see. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It won't quite be as long. Actually, the report you have in your materials, the only update there is we did have oral argument in the Nevada Wildlife Alliance versus Endow case. I think it went fairly well. Judge Draculich had a lot of questions and was very engaged in the case, and we're awaiting her decision. And that's the only update I have, and if there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Any questions for Mr. Stockton? Mr. McNinch.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just had one question with the Mark Smith and Smith Foundation, item number 4. This, going back to a settlement program?
Yes, we had the final decision. The court, as it says in the report, granted our summary judgment motion just before trial. They have appealed that to the Nevada Supreme Court. The Nevada Supreme Court assigned it to the settlement program, which we're required to participate in. The settlement judge decided that there was some potential for settlement, and so we do have another settlement conference on March 14th.
This is the same case that we did settlement on before, right?
Yeah, he did promise me it would not be as long as the last settlement conference we had.
Okay, I just trying to understand why we would, what opportunities exist that didn't exist the last time we sat in there all day, but.
And I have no idea, but the judge decided there was some potential, the settlement judge decided there was some potential, and so he scheduled the mediation.
I may have missed it, but I had circled that there was a motion or argument on the United States v. Truckee-Carson Irrigation District on January 3rd.
Oh, I'm sorry, yes.
And then an oral argument also January 11th on the Nevada Wildlife Alliance.
Right, that's the January 11th is the one I just reported on. The January 4th hearing was continued because of the shutdown.
Okay.
The attorneys for the United States weren't able to be there, so that was continued. And it has not, it's reset in early February, but we'll see if the shutdown lifts in time for that to take place.
Right, I think our federal courts have funding until the end of this month.
Right, but the U.S. attorneys are not allowed to, from what I've seen in certain motions, not necessarily just in this case, but in another case, the U.S. attorneys, they may be at work, but they're not allowed to make appearances during the shutdown. Anything else?
Any additional questions? Thank you, Mr. Stockton. With that, we'll move on to agenda item number 7, Nevada Department of Wildlife project updates.
Excuse me, Chairman Johnston, I apologize. We are having some technical difficulties, and we needed to get Las Vegas and Elko back on the phone. And
Okay.
so they can hear via the YouTube right now, but before we got into the next step, I wanted to address this.
Why don't we then take a 10-minute break for everyone before we get into the next agenda item, and hopefully we get the
Yep.
connection sorted out. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. Elko, is that you?
Yes.
Okay, Las Vegas, we still have you?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. We're still on break, but we'll hang tight until we get going.
Perfect. Okay, so Natalie, you can hear me, right? I can hear you, yes. Okay, good. Sorry. So I'm gonna put you guys on speaker
And say,
and then mute.
Kathy?
Yes.
Hold on. Can you hear me all the way back there?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Perfect. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I don't know, but it's very annoying. Oh, why is this not letting me in? Oh, my cap, no. One at ZET. Hey, Kaylee, I have a video for Tony. Is this a separate video? Yeah. Oh, okay. So who is, Alan is the one speaking about it? Oh, okay. Okay, then I will get it. But my understanding is Russell's going first, correct? Is what you believe too? Okay. Do you know, I guess I can mute. Oh, I can mute them for now, but I gotta remember to turn it back on. We're good. Hallelujah. Thank you, Jesus.
This is on.
good to go? Jack? Are we good? If everybody could find their seats, we can get started.
Everything starts to blur and you're like, oh man, it's starting to
All right. I think we're reconnected to Elko in Las Vegas, so we'll move on to agenda item number 7, Nevada Department of Wildlife Project Updates. Secretary Wosley, you're monopolizing this meeting.
I'm not trying to. Trust
The
me.
commission has requested that the department provide regular project updates for ongoing projects and programs as appropriate based on geography and timing of meetings. These updates are intended to provide additional detail in addition to the summaries provided as part of the regular department activity report and are intended to educate the commission and public as to the department's ongoing duties and responsibilities. Secretary Wosley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Today, the department has 2 items to report on. The first is an update on the botulism outbreak that occurred last year. That's been an item that has been brought before you. I believe the commission had expressed a desire for an update, kind of a conclusion of what happened and responses, et cetera. So our staff waterfowl specialist, Russell Wolstenhume, is here to provide an update on the botulism outbreak and the department's efforts and the cooperative activities that occurred. And then the second item is a preliminary look at a video, a 15-minute video that has been produced relative to wild horses. It's a video that the Wildlife Society has put together. It does feature Nevada landscapes. There are some department employees who are interviewed in this. It was a cooperative project. Many of the NGOs in Nevada contributed to this effort. So it was a collaborative, collective effort. Again, it features Nevada landscapes and some Department of Wildlife employees in there that were interviewed in the process of making the film. It's a 15-minute film. It hasn't been finalized. There's a few things that still apparently need to be edited or fixed. And it will be shown at the Department of Interior's Film Festival in Washington, D.C. at Main Interior on March 15th, with the hope of sharing, more broadly some of the challenges around wild horse management. So that'll be the second item, and we'll just queue up the video and play that on the screens for you all after Mr. Wolstenhume's botulism update. That'll turn it over to Russell.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, members of the commission, thank you.
Thank you.
Russell Wolstenhume for the Department of Wildlife. As Tony mentioned, I'm the migratory game bird staff specialist for the department, and as such, I was asked to give an update on the botulism outbreak from last summer through last fall here in Nevada. And we're having some technical difficulties because there's nothing on the screen. So as I give this presentation today, this outbreak was avian botulism, and I will at times use botulism, and I'm using those interchangeably. And in all instances, this is avian botulism that I'm discussing today. There's various types of botulism. So a fair amount of time and resources were dedicated to the avian botulism outbreaks of this past summer. So I just wanted to, now the clicker's not working. The clicker's over there. Okay, a brief overview of avian botulism. Avian botulism is a bacterial disease. It's botulism type C is specifically avian botulism. It's a paralytic, often fatal disease. What happens with waterfowl once they have the poisoning is because it's paralytic, they start to lose mobility. They lose the ability to fly first, and so frequently you'll see birds out on the water, unable to take off, and they flap their wings to draw themselves along the surface of the water. Eventually, as the paralysis continues, they lose the ability to hold their heads up, and then their heads go under the water, and subsequently they drown. And that's usually the primary cause of death is drowning from that. It has very low risk to humans and to mammals. And so when we have an outbreak, we get a lot of questions from the public about, is this safe for my dog? Is this safe for me to be out there? And it's relatively low risk for humans. There's almost no instances of cross-transmission there. Botulism exists virtually everywhere in every system. It persists through droughts. It persists through extreme temperatures, both hot and cold. Once it's in a system, it's there, and it can stay dormant for decades and still be revitalized once there's water in that system. Botulism essentially works, it's oxygen intolerant. So when oxygen levels in the water become very, very low and water temperatures start to increase, then a number of things start to happen that make the botulism outbreak or a bloom, as I refer to it. And as the water temperatures increase, oxygen always diminishes in it. And also what happens at that point in time is you start to get decomposition of organic matter, and that decomposition process further erodes the oxygen that's in the water. So once you get an anaerobic situation where there's no or little oxygen in the water, the botulism has an outbreak, especially if you have a protein or a food source in the water for the botulism. So frequently what you see happening as the oxygen dies off earlier in the report, they discussed low oxygen at Sparks Marina and the fish die-off that ensued. So you get other aquatic life that dies, and their decomposition provides an even elevated food source for the botulism. pH in the water and alkalinity has also been, salinity has also been tied to botulism, and so a lot of our playas in Nevada are very susceptible to both high salinity and pH. And it can be influenced, especially around urban areas, by human activity, the use of herbicides, pesticides, fertilizers. All of these things can increase the death of organic material, which adds to that food source that's in there. Also, raising and lowering water bodies can impact this, because as water gets shallower, it can, the temperatures increase in the water as it gets shallower, and then that decreases the oxygen. It's a cycle here that goes on. And so those are just some basics on avian botulism, so everyone understands exactly what causes this and what's going on. Botulism can be spread from animal to animal in a number of ways. Once it's in the system, a lot of things in the system get it. Aquatic insects, mollusks can get the botulism in their system. If they're consumed, then the toxins are being passed on to other species. A lot of avian species are found to have avian botulism present in their systems, but just low enough levels that it doesn't have an impact, but they can move that from area to area. The primary way, once you have an outbreak, that you see it going on is what's referred to as the carcass maggot cycle, and it's simply an animal dies, it gets covered in maggots. The maggots are concentrating the toxins. Another bird will come along. The maggots serve as a very high source of protein. The other birds eat those. They get the toxicity. They die, and it's just a vicious cycle that goes on. It's as few as 3 or 4 maggots carry enough toxins to kill most bird species. And a lot of these carcasses that you see out there on the landscape will have tens, if not hundreds of thousands of maggots on one bird. So you can imagine when you get a situation where there's thousands, and in some cases in botulism outbreaks in other parts of the country, millions of birds, the cycle is very, very difficult to break. So botulism in Nevada, it first appeared in Nevada. It was first reported in 1921. About that same time period, it was showing up across the U.S. It's more specific to the West because of the arid nature of the Western United States, but it does occur across the U.S., into Canada, Mexico. It's been spreading around the world. It's showing up in more and more places, but generally speaking, the early 1900s is when it really started being widespread and noticed by varying agencies throughout the United States. In Lahontan Valley, out in Churchill County, there's been more than 28 large outbreaks, and by large, larger than 500 birds that have died from the outbreak. There's been a number of small outbreaks. They're really common. We have small outbreaks throughout the Truckee Meadows, all across Nevada. It's not uncommon to have small outbreaks. Those are just kind of standard operating procedure in the summertime because of the higher temperatures. But in Lahontan Valley, you see those quite frequently, and we do have some large ones out there because that's where a lot of our large water bodies are. The largest outbreak ever recorded in Lahontan Valley was 52,000 bird deaths in one outbreak. That was in the 1950s at Stillwater National Wildlife Refuge. Nationally, the top 10 instances are all over 100,000 birds, with the very top ones being over 1 million birds. Of the top 10, 5 of those have been in Utah. They're large bodies of water associated with the Great Salt Lake has created some huge botulism outbreaks over there. So during 2018, the department, we had several confirmed events. The largest, of course, was at Carson Lake and Pasture, and I'll get into more details on that one. But we also saw a number in the Truckee Meadows, the South Meadows Association Pond, which is down off of South Meadows Parkway, Donner Creek Village, which is off of Rio Poco Road, and Virginia Lake, all had confirmed events. Most of these were 30 to 50 birds range. They were tested and confirmed with botulism. We had a couple of suspected events that were never tested, but because of mortality and morbidity events in that area, we suspect that they were botulism as well. And that was Dry Creek over by Rosewood Lakes Golf Course, a neighborhood there where Dry Creek passes behind there, and then Steamboat Creek along the new Veterans Parkway. Also, we had reports of birds that we suspected were a botulism outbreak. Within the Truckee Meadows, we have, it's any year when water flows stop through a lot of the creeks and streams that go through the city, which is a lot of our summers, especially on summers where we have no snowpack, to continue those flows. We get botulism outbreaks in these urban ponds. We work closely with pond owners and managers and try to provide ways for them to help mitigate the problem. Aeration systems are usually a big one since there's no way to bring new water in. That's a really important way to control botulism outbreaks. If you have an outbreak, you can bring in fresh, clean, cool water, raise the elevation of the water, and that brings new oxygen into the system and helps break that cycle. Or alternately, you can completely drain a system, dry it out, and then that stops birds from coming in, but it also breaks that cycle. So that's something that we work with urban ponds. The department hired a seasonal this last summer, working with myself and with Dr. Wolf, our veterinarian, making a map so that when we have an outbreak at a pond, we can immediately go to this map and it will tell us who's in charge of that pond, who's the owner or manager of that pond, so that we can start working with them to provide them information on cleanup of removing those birds so that we can break the carcass maggot cycle, as well as ways to hopefully improve the pond conditions and help break the cycle. So we had a number of events. I'm mostly going to talk about Carson Lake and Pasture. So Carson Lake and Pasture is a very difficult place from any perspective as far as management goes. So this particular area the property is largely owned by the Bureau of Reclamation. There's a private gun club that leases that property for their use. That's the Greenhead Hunting Club. The department has water rights to that area, and so we're involved in water controls partially out there. TCID also has water rights and grazing rights to this area. So it's very complicated when it comes to management strategies out there because there's so many involved parties. What I have here is a picture of Carson Lake and Pasture in 2014, which is a pretty common year. There's about 1,600 acres of open water on a normal year. On a really wet year, it might go up to 2,000. After the water year of 2017, we had approximately 20,000 acres of open water at the fall of 2017 that proceeded into the spring of 2018. So as well, there's a number of dotted lines across that 2017 side of that. Those are levees and dikes that help us control water out there. Many of those levees and dikes were breached. Pre-flood of 2017, there was a new canal system that's referred to as the Big Dig that goes around the south end of the valley, including through and around Carson Lake and Pasture, to redirect water out to the Carson Sink, where historically that water went down the Carson River and through in-town canal systems. In order to alleviate potential flooding problems, they created this new drain that goes out through Carson Lake and Pasture. It brought a lot of water. To help that water move, these levees were breached, causing, so the water could freely pass through the area. So once the flood occurred, the water levels came up so high it went over top of most of the levees. And then during the winter of 2017-18, wave action further eroded those levees so that most of them couldn't be repaired. And when the botulism outbreak occurred, all of the breaches and the dikes were still there. It was very wet. Water had just recently receded. The dikes were very wet. They were eroded. There was no way out there to fix any of these breaches. As such, as I mentioned earlier, the standard protocol of adding water or draining water became very, very difficult, if not impossible. By July of 2018, the water levels had dropped down to about 6,000 or 8,000 acres as opposed to the 20,000 pictured here. And that water was ranged from 1/2 an inch to 6 inches deep across most of that. With it being that shallow, by mid-July, the temperatures were reaching 100-degree mark. And on July 11th was when we first noticed the outbreak occurring. So the department responded as quick as we could. We worked with other agencies, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service out of Stillwater National Refuge, as well as the Pacific Southwest Region Migratory Birds Office, and as well as the Greenhead Club. We had as many as 4 boats a day out operating on the water, picking up birds. During that process, the outbreak ran approximately 100 days from mid-July to mid-October, when we started having nighttime freezes in October, and that helped alleviate the problem. There were over 80 days of activity out there where people were actively picking up birds and bird rehabilitation. On the right there's a chart, and I've listed by order of numbers the birds that were lost. This report shows just under 11,000. There's a number of days where volunteers were working where I didn't get full reports. We estimated closer to 15,000 dead birds that were picked up on the area. That does not include birds. A number of birds made it out of the water and were scavenged along levees that were starting to appear as the water receded. Those were out of the water. They had been consumed, and so they no longer posed a threat, so those were ignored, and we imagine there was probably another 2,000 to 3,000 birds that were what we call scavenged birds along the edges of the water. The birds that are highlighted there in orange are waterfowl, and the ones in blue are water birds, wading birds and other shore birds. But there was a large number of birds, as you can see. This was the largest outbreak that's ever occurred at Carson Lake. The next closest one was 9,000 birds back in the early 80s when there was a similar situation. Anybody that remembers the early 80s and the water flows we had, 82 through 84. And the same thing, you get a large flood event. As that starts to evaporate, it just lends itself to being a botulism outbreak. As well as mortalities, we have morbidity, which is sick birds, sick and dying birds. So a hospital was set up on site, a temporary hospital. There is what we refer to as the Duck Hospital out at Stillwater National Wildlife Refuge. It was built back in the 50s after their large event to help rehabilitate birds. Also during the process of digging out canals for the flood event in 2017, the head gate to that hospital was removed. And so there was no way to bring water initially into the Duck Hospital. Stillwater Refuge sent a crew out, and they fixed that partway through this process. But by then we had our temporary hospital set up, and because it was approximately 25 miles from our location, it created a logistics problem of getting birds all the way out there to be rehabilitated. So approximately 3,700 birds went through this makeshift hospital that you see here. There's in the background, there's some makeshift pens that allows the birds to be on land as well as in the water. As they start to recuperate, they move towards water, but we don't want them there while they're still sick for fear of drowning. And this was a pretty big operation, and this went on daily as well as the boat operation of picking up sick and dead birds. So of those birds that went into the hospital, there was an additional 1,100 mortalities once they came in sick, but they never made it back out of the hospital because they were too far along. Some species rehabilitate better than others. Some, once they're sick, the chances of bringing them back are really low, and others bounce back relatively well. An additional 2,500 were treated and released. Some of those were treated and released on site. Others went to off-site rehabilitation centers in both Nevada and California. So the department and the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service banded a lot of the birds that were released on site. This helped us follow up in the ensuing months on where were these birds going to, how many of them were surviving post-release, and just to get a general idea of what was happening out there with them. So there was an additional, of the released birds, 723 were banded on site and released. So in consideration of what went on out there last summer, there's some things that the department's aware of and considerations for everyone. One is that the levee conditions out there remain unchanged. This went right up to the hunt and fall precipitation. Things remain too wet out there to do anything with. The department, in order for the department to go out and do work out there on those levees, it requires Bureau of Reclamation approval. So that's one of the delays, as well as the conditions of just being able to get heavy equipment out there. The entire levee system needs to pretty much be rebuilt, not just the breaches. As I said, wave action had washed away a lot of those levees, and they're kind of peaked shape now, and it's a little hard to drive down those when they're that shape. Currently, the Carson River water system, which feeds that, is at 85% of normal precipitation. Snowpack is about 175%. So last year, where snowpack was pretty minimal, so there wasn't water that kept flowing through the system through the summer. Hopefully with the higher snowpack this year, water keeps coming. But water wasn't our problem out there. We had plenty of water to put on the system. It's just, if you put it in one of the ponds, it ran into all of the ponds. So flooding one pond to remove the botulism didn't help because it just spread the water too far and too thin. We couldn't drain any of the ponds because if you were draining one, you were trying to drain all of them, and it's pretty hard to get an inch of water out of a large compound. The water reroute that I mentioned around Carson Lake and Pasture, the Bureau of Reclamation entered into a long-term agreement with TCID, and that is the #1 release of water going into the future on high water years, as opposed to the river and the canal that goes through town, primarily because it does avoid residencies and the fear of flooding. So in the past of those 28 botulism outbreaks I mentioned, a lot of those outbreaks have been out at Stillwater because the water went through the river and out into the Carson Sink. And now those events will probably be shifted to Carson Lake and Pasture because we're the primary pass-through. It's still headed to Carson Sink, but it passes through us first, and so it's likely going to shift botulism events from Stillwater to Carson Lake and Pasture. The department is working on a disease response plan. One of our first steps is we called out to other state agencies in the West, to national wildlife refuges, looking for their plans to give us a start, and we got one response, and that was from Utah. I talked about the maggot cycle earlier, and for decades, the practice has been to pick up the dead birds to break that maggot cycle. There's been some recent studies in recent years that suggest that because you get in these marshes and they're heavily vegetated, visibility becomes limited when you get into the heavily vegetated areas. So you pick up birds that are in the open water, but deep in the rushes, you're still leaving dead birds, which is something that I did witness this summer. And so the maggot cycle isn't as easy to break as we had originally hoped. And in these research studies they did, comparing areas where they cleaned up dead birds versus areas they didn't, they found no difference in the length and the size of the outbreaks. So that's something that we want to consider. Utah's response plan is to leave the birds. A lot of times they're looking at 60 to 100,000 acres of open water, so you can see the enormity of trying to clean that up. So we'll probably continue to clean it up when we can. Even if it doesn't break it, we feel like it helps slow it down. But we're still working on trying to compile that response plan. So that's where we're at today on that. We're still working with all the cooperating partners. There was a lot of involvement this past summer. The department, during the 100 or so days that we were out there, 5 of the department's divisions were out there on the ground helping out. The resources we threw towards this were just staggering. For me, it was phenomenal to see the department come together. It's truly the one NDOW mantra came to light this summer as people showed up and helped out, and from every division, everything they could do from working with volunteers and getting them lined out to help out, to operating boats, cleaning up birds, working in the duck hospital. It was a phenomenal spectacle to see the department working together. Stillwater provided 2 airboats and operators and crew in the front of the boat to pick up birds a number of days throughout this process. The Pacific Southwest Region Migratory Birds provided a boat and an operator through a number of weeks of this operation. And the Greenhead Hunting Club had volunteers out there on a regular basis, and on the weekends when the federal and state employees needed to take a day off after weeks and weeks of working, the Greenhead Club brought out volunteers, hunters with their own airboats to help in the process. So I don't want to go into names on this. There were so many people that I fear if I start naming names, I will forget someone. So I don't want to go into that. But One person I do want to mention is Don Snodgrass. He's representing the Greenhead Hunting Club. Don was out there for the entire thing, from the very beginning to the very end. Don was there every day, nearly every day, week in and week out. Came home from a hunt early in October to work more on this, and I just wanted to bring that to the attention of the commission and let them know that what a fantastic job Don did and remains involved in the coordination efforts we have going forward on making plans for what to do in the future when this goes on. So with that, I'll open it up to any questions if there are any.
Any questions? Commissioner East?
Russell, thank you. With respect to some of the smaller waterways, it looks like they're homeowner association related. Are you doing any proactive outreach early on in the season so to maybe prevent some of this from happening? Or is there any outreach you can do to them just to remind them to do some of these things?
Well, we try. We have developed information that we pass along to them. Most of them, once it's in the system, it tends to be very recurring. And so we see the same water bodies within the Truckee Meadows year in and year out. And so they're aware the situation's coming. A lot of them have installed aeration systems, which is very helpful. To a limited degree, it can help bring some oxygen into the water, but it can't change the temperature. I cut out a number of slides trying to be succinct on this, but I had a number of pictures from the pond down off of South Meadows Parkway, and as we walked around the shore of that, there were literally hundreds of dead fish and crayfish that were out in the water, as well as human associated trash, which also creates a source of food, a protein base for the botulism outbreak. I wanted to spare you all the pictures of the maggot-covered birds. And, so we do work with them. Not everybody has been contacted. Some of the bodies of water, like along the Veterans Parkway, there's some confusion still on my part on who owns all of those. There's multiple owners along that stretch, mostly municipalities, the county, and as well as cities. But that's something that the map is helping us figure out who they are, and so we know who to contact as quickly as possible to help alleviate the problem. On the small water bodies like in town, cleanup really does make a huge difference. It helps break that cycle very quickly. It doesn't necessarily end the botulism in the water and associated mud, but it helps keep it from spreading out. And the department received a number of calls, and so I wasn't going to mention names, but Jessica Hyatt in the Conservation Education Division, she fields a lot of those calls, and because the rest of us were out in Carson Lake and pasture working on that, Jessica went around and helped clean up the birds around a lot of these water bodies and working with the landowners and owners, and she did a fantastic job with that.
Additional questions? Commissioner McNeach.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, working for the health district here in Washoe County, I can say that we appreciated the help that, appreciated that NDOW was taking the lead on the cleaning things up in town here. It's not a pretty job, but I know we were getting a lot of calls, and it was nice that we were able to not necessarily defer, but certainly have NDOW as a resource to call up and touch base with, and kind of get to Commissioner East's question. There were the department's been kind of nice, but there were some homeowners associations that weren't real cooperative, and all they had to do was fix aerators or get the water moving to better the situation, clean up dead animals, and that didn't occur for a long time. So it persisted and it perpetuated, and so even with that awareness, there were some that just weren't cooperative about it, and that's something that hopefully we can, maybe some additional education, I don't know, but when you get to that point, it's hard to other than NDOW just doing what they were doing. It's hard to move the dial once that happens, so.
Right. Commissioner McNinch is correct in that regard, and we thank you and the Board of Health for the assistance that you provided. But a lot of times on the urban settings, these occur because the water flow has stopped. And without that water flow, you know, a lot of times even the pond owners have a limited ability to do anything with it. A lot of times there's no outlet to drain them efficiently, and with no new water coming in, no way to get new water, we're just sort of at an impasse. The aerators are about the only thing, and as Commissioner McNinch mentioned, a lot of those that even have aerators, they're not sufficient. They need more aerators going to keep it oxygenated.
Any additional questions? Commissioner Hovey?
I had a couple questions. I think I missed the initial absorption. I know that once the flies get onto the initial dead birds, the maggots have the concentrated botulism, and then they eat the maggots, and then it kind of spreads that. But is it initially just absorbed in the water itself, just from being in the water, or from eating things in the water? Or I know there was a diagram up there, but I think I missed the initial link.
Okay, and I apologize if that was unclear. The bacteria exists in the water. It's ever present. It's always there. When conditions are right, then the bacteria starts to reproduce and flourishes or blooms, and so that there's large quantities of it. And because the birds are eating out of the water, the aquatic insects that they're eating, or probing in the mud for things, or vegetation they're eating, they start to accumulate those toxins until they get to the point where they get the paralysis and they drown, and then they have the toxins in them, so then the maggots pick it up from those. But it's always ever present in the system. It's just under the right conditions we have a bloom.
Right, and then with the scavengers, there's no cross-species impact if they're scavenging the dead birds, or can the predators also start to carry around higher levels of this toxic botulism in their system, and does it pass on or harm them?
Right, so the mammalian species aren't bothered by it. There's some avian species that aren't, although most of them are. We did have an avian predator picked up. We had a peregrine falcon that was picked up sick on the shoreline that was brought in and rehabbed this summer. So the avian predators, as they come in, these sick birds aren't moving very fast, so the avian predators start to focus on them, and so it can pass easily on to the avian predators. But the mammalian predators are, by and large, unaffected by it. I mean, it's possible, but it's highly unlikely.
Are there any techniques that are used on the smaller ponds to just try to to keep the waterfowl away in general, like some type of, I don't know, I'm thinking of like shiny objects or things of that nature that makes noise? I mean, anything that would keep them from deciding to settle there if they're in flight or something like that?
Right, and most of those techniques tend to be pretty effective for a few days, but eventually the birds become accustomed to them and no longer pay attention to those types of devices. So where funding's available, or in areas like some golf courses will do it, in other areas of the country where they have more money, they'll simply for hazing to keep them off of the property to begin with, but they hire crews that have water dogs that will go out and haze the birds, because that is a big part of it, is keeping them out of the area. All of the airboats that were out picking up birds at Carson Lake and Pasture, every time you were traveling in and out with another load of carcasses, you'd try to drive through as many groups of birds as you could to help scare them out of the area, especially as fall started to come in and you start seeing migrants. And we really started to have a lot of concerns when you start getting flocks of 40,000 birds that show up overnight onto a body of water that has a problem. Your heart kind of sinks after weeks of picking them up, and there's not much you can do to convince them to go elsewhere.
Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Whistle. Director Wasley, I think there's another aspect of this?
Yeah, we can probably leave the lights down and then just cue up the Wildlife Society's video.
It's going to be 100 degrees, so I think they're going to need water.
Let's see what you get in here. This will be out of the sun.
Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty well dust up there around the water, huh?
Yeah. A few years ago, I was out here in northeastern Nevada to work on a wild horse project. And I remember waking up and seeing hundreds of wild horses coming in from every direction. Just battling it out for a drink. That was such a transformative experience. And I think in that moment, I developed that curiosity that I think really pushed me as a scientist. There's like at least another 50 that are just walking out of the mountains.
We're back here to really try to understand this whole wild horse situation, and specifically the effects these wild horses are having on wildlife, our public lands, and these ecosystems that we all rely on.
It seems like these horses are coming in from every direction. I mean, do you think this is the only water source?
Yeah, there's probably no other water probably for 5 miles around here.
So what would happen if this spring dried up?
A lot of them would succumb to not having the resources to survive. Nevada has more wild horses than any other state, and yet it's the driest state in the union. So everything is focused around water. You know, the antelope, I don't know if they're, I want to let them come in and get a drink too. The competition exists between user groups, horses, livestock, wildlife. Anytime you're reducing the amount of food on somebody's plate, then things are going to get bad at some point in time.
Nobody wants them to suffer.
Nobody wants them to suffer, They're trying to just live.
Yeah.
And it's usually, it's us, it's we as humans that aren't acting appropriately and managing the rangeland resources appropriately.
I mean, this should have vegetation.
Oh, it should have, yeah. The abuse and lack of vegetation is just due to trampling. And so we've lost most of those environments just to overuse and had the transition into more of an exotic weed type environment. I mean, you can't give up, right? Right. We've just got to keep charging and speak for those species that don't really have a voice.
We're setting out to meet up with some wildlife experts who have dedicated their entire careers to studying these ecosystems. We want to understand how wild horses are impacting not only the sagebrush community, but also species like the threatened Lohan cutthroat trout and sage grouse, a bird that could become endangered if its habitat continues to decline. What would you say the key driver that transformed this place from a vibrant ecosystem into what we see today?
Well, the fact there's no vegetation is a result of grazing, yeah. We're looking at bare dirt here. We'll see a bit later what this should look like if it was a healthy meadow. Grouse and Other species need to have green vegetation mostly for the young. If they don't have a place like this where they can get access to green vegetation, you don't have sage-grouse.
Wow. We're coming down the road, not even expecting to see, sage-grouse, and there's maybe 30 sage-grouse. They are so perfectly adapted to this ecosystem. So those are my first ever sage-grouse I've ever seen in my life. Yeah, pretty stoked. I've done research about it, so I think that's the really fun part about getting the chance to go chase sage-grouse with you guys and see this ecosystem, because so much of the narrative is a horse narrative. And it's like, wait a second, there's a lot more out there than horses.
Yeah, I'm excited for you guys to wake up in the morning and look around and see where you are, since we came in at night, and contrast it with where we were earlier today.
Yeah.
A big meadow with
Really
lots
cool.
of grouse.
Lots of grouse.
Yeah.
I'm excited to see this meadow. Horses are completely excluded, and cattle are managed and only allowed to graze at the end of the summer. There's a doe mule deer walking the edge right there. And she's got 2 little spotted fawns.
There's 2 other birds flying. They're gonna land in the sagebrush behind us.
Oh, yeah. There's 2. There's one right behind her, about 10 feet walking. So cool. You just see their little head, they're just like on a swivel.
Water is the limiting resource for not just sage-grouse, but all of these animals out here. These meadows become critical.
But you can't have a high density of pressure that's unchecked. And the fences here show that.
That's correct.
These meadows are kind of like the beating heart of the sagebrush ecosystem. It was clear that a healthy meadow supports a healthy sagebrush community.
So Rambler's kind of new to our family here. We haven't really gotten to know him yet. He's a gelding from Nevada.
So, was it horses or public lands first? What was your first love?
The health and well-being of the public lands is my first love and the most important thing. And that's what's really at the heart of the issue in wild horse and burro management. It's about the health of the lands and taking care of them for diversity and wildlife and for future generations to enjoy our public lands.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get him out of the hills here.
There hasn't been one day in the Bureau's oversight of this program that it hasn't been caught in between polarized public opinion and extreme controversy in how BLM should be managing horses and burros. BLM's adoption demand is way down, adopting about 4,000 a year. Congress is either going to have to decide that we either care for unadopted animals the rest of their lives, or they're going to have to decide on some other disposition for those animals. And those choices are very, very controversial. The western rangelands don't have an unlimited capacity to support wild horses.
Apparently we're gonna go see some trout. I'm not not quite sure where we're gonna find trout, but we're with a trout biologist, so he's gotta know where we're going. There is a little creek down there. We're gonna go meet up with Cody and Jane, and they have a few streams in mind where they have these endemic native trout, Lahontan cutthroat trout. How rare is this system? How many that you know of in northern Nevada, which is your expertise?
Systems like this that don't have intense grazing impacts are relatively rare across northwestern Nevada. The Black Rocks is one of my favorite ranges for that reason.
If there's any metric that will tell us about the impacts of wild horses or the state of these landscapes, it should be these riparian corridors where we're told Lahontan cutthroat trout still lives.
I think we should be good. Try to find fish now.
No pressure. We go side by side right here?
Yep, exactly. There he is. Got him.
Got him.
Nice job, Charles.
Yep. So cool.
Pretty awesome.
That's a life highlight right there. Seriously.
It was about a 4-inch fish.
Dude, thank you so much.
Good job.
That's awesome.
That was a beautiful fish. There he is. Got him, got him. Oh! Nice job. That's an adult Lahontan cutthroat trout.
That's such a beautiful fish. And you're saying, like, when it's overgrazed, you lose that complexity, you lose that habitat.
Exactly. It's why a lot of these small mountain streams can be so sensitive and so easily impacted, grazing impacts from horses and livestock.
Yeah, I think the drive in here is one of the driest, most arid landscapes I've ever driven through. And then you get here and you're like, what? There's like a full-on aspen grove creek with trout in it. Stoked we did, because it's not 100 degrees in a sandbox. So after we saw the pristine creek, we went to a place where livestock are managed by density and time of year they can graze. But the horses that are here, which are in the hundreds, are grazing this place 365 days a year. As we were coming up this mountain, I mean, we're way back here, and you could see these trails from miles away. It's obvious that years and years of hundreds and hundreds of horses made them. And it was like we kicked a beehive. You know, there's just horses just like literally pouring out of this drainage.
On it, and we could see they were all confined right down on that spring source that's right below us here, and we're just seeing them trail up out of the bottom here, and that constant pressure is what begins to break down the spring complexes that feed these drainages. And we can see the impacts of grazing as we begin to look at the severe bank alteration and hoof trampling in here, which continues to spread the water flow out wider and wider.
Like, a fish could not live in that.
Right.
To think that this place, yeah, is at the mercy of policies, at the mercy of a social conflict with how to manage wild horses. The fact that these fish are caught in that crosshair, it's a pretty gnarly reality that could all go away.
The program is in its worst shape ever in its whole history. Drastic measures need to be taken as we move forward. The worst case scenario is that the herds continue to increase, the health of the public lands continues to decline in condition, and that the horses on the range and wildlife would begin to die of starvation and thirst as the resources are unavailable to sustain them.
If we did manage horses appropriately to appropriate levels, all resources would benefit. Horses would benefit, wildlife would benefit, and the land, the overall rangeland resources would improve.
You know, anything more than just a wild animal that's just trying its best, you know. it's cool to see them. I'll admit it, you know, even after everything we've experienced, like you can't, that's cool. That's powerful. There's something there. If the status quo continues, you know, and this ecosystem continues to fade, I think I'll feel, you know, I think really let down by humanity. In the model that's unfolding today, nobody's winning. And that's, I think, the main thing I've learned.
Mr. Chairman, that hasn't been released yet, but I believe as recently as yesterday, I heard it may be another week or so, and the Wildlife Society will be responsible for the formal release, and I understand they'll be hosting it on their webpage. And then, as I said earlier, it'll be shown at the Department of Interior's Film Festival at Main Interior in Washington, D.C. on March 15th.
Thank you. Any questions or comments or? Seeing none, I guess we'll close agenda item number 7. I know there's a lot of people here for agenda item number 8. It would be my suggestion that we proceed with the next agenda item before breaking for lunch. That way, those who are here for that specific agenda item, we can finish it before we break. If that's all right with everybody? Okay. That video just almost made me want to cry watching it, but we'll move on to Commission General Regulation 482, Public and Sellable Lists, LCB file number R192-18, Data and Technology Services Division Administrator Chet Van Dalen, workshop, public comment allowed. The commission will hold a second workshop to consider amending chapters 4A8 and 502 of the Nevada Administrative Code. This regulation clarifies the authority of the department to remove specific personal information from any list sold or distributed by the department or the department's licensing vendor and makes it confidential. The regulation also simplifies how a person can request that their personal information remain confidential by removing the requirement that the request be in writing. The commission held a workshop on November 2nd of 2018 and directed the department to bring the regulation back for a second workshop for further discussion. Mr. Van Dalen?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The theme of the day is technical difficulties, so why stop now? Let me try and get this presentation on the screen. Okay. So I have a brief presentation, and then we can get into what they changed to NAC 502.211 and 488.050 actually would entail. But I want to give an outline of what we're going to go over here today. Number one, we're going to look at the existing statute and regulation that's already in place that requires the department to abide by some current policy removing names as requested when they are made to the department. Then we're going to discuss the difference between the actual regulation and how the department implements the regulation. We want to be clear that the regulation that we have already on the books and the regulation we're proposing are very similar, and it's the implementation that I feel has caused some of the concern, both with the commission and the public. We'll talk a little bit about the need for updating the regulation, and then we'll get into what the actual revision is, and then what the department's committed to doing to improve that implementation. So a little bit on statute. Existing statute, NRS Chapter 239, talks about public records, and I just want to point out one thing in Section 1 of this statute, and that's the bolded text, unless otherwise declared by law to be confidential. All public books and records of a government entity must be open at all times. They're open to inspection, It goes further into the statute about public records requests and how departments are required to fulfill those requests. But the key part here is that unless otherwise declared by law to be confidential, and given the Attorney General's own training materials, the way the state interprets this is that if there is a state regulation saying that something is confidential, then that information can be protected by the government entity based on that regulation. So I just wanted to bring this up to say why we need a regulation at all, and it's to be compliant with this statute regarding public records. So the existing statute, and I condensed the two because the language is nearly identical, says upon the written request of a person who has obtained a certificate of number or a certificate of ownership or a license, permit, tag, or other licensing document from the department pursuant to Title 45 of NRS or any regulations adopted pursuant thereto, the department shall remove the name and other personal information of the person from any list sold by the department. This is on the books currently right now. This is what we must be required to follow. The way the department follows this regulation is that we have asked our customers a question when they create their account on the Endo licensing website and when they do business with any license agent or any counter that the department is selling a product through. And that question is remove from public and sellable lists. It's a yes or no question. If you say yes, we consider that you would like to be removed from anything the department distributes. If you say no, we consider that you would like to remain on anything the department distributes. And that implementation includes a list we may or may not sell, we may or may not distribute for free, we may or may not post on our website, including draw results. It's a one question that we ask across the board. If you request public records from the department will redact your name and address and other personal information from any results of that public record if you checked yes on this question. That's current practice to follow the current regulation. When it comes to the public draw results, which is a big part of the concerns that we've heard over this implementation, if you checked yes to this question, we simply didn't include your name and address or any other information in the public draw results. So this was a public PDF that we posted on Endel Licensing. We had it up for, since the draw was posted, we had that PDF on our website. It was a PDF because PDF readers are freely available. We did not post it as Excel. We didn't want to force people to buy Microsoft, so that's why we chose a PDF. And it was sorted by customer name. We've been posting it in PDF since we started posting results. It's a static product. It's not sortable. You can, of course, have your own software that converts it to a data set that is sortable. The department sorted by name because we felt that was an arbitrary and it did not imply anything to the results. We did hear much concern that it was hard to find specific hunts because it wasn't sorted by hunt. There was no intent one way or the other of why we did that. It just seemed customer name was a good way to sort things, and that's where we landed. So if you checked yes on the first question, remove from public and sellable list, you were not included in that public results. That's what the department did last year. It was a departure from prior years, but that's what we felt would make us compliant with the existing regulation. The problem with the way the regulation is written right now is that the existing regulation talks about, and I'll go back to this real quick, a person who has obtained a tag or license or certificate of number. It doesn't talk about anybody who has applied for a tag. So anybody on the unsuccessful list is not covered by this regulation the way it's written. The regulation also omits the word confidential, which is what we saw in the statute for public records. We need the word confidential to be compliant with the statute, determining whether or not we can even withhold or redact information upon request. So there's two important things there that we need to update this regulation to meet the current statute. In order to do any regulation change, the department's required to do a small business impact assessment. Now, this assessment was considered when we did draft the change to the NAC that you're seeing before you. It was not in response to how the department asked the question or how they posted the draw results. This was only done in response to the fact that we had to do a regulation revision, and any regulation revision has to have a small business impact assessment accompanying it. We put up a SurveyMonkey online, and we emailed every licensed master guide and taxidermist in our system from 2018. We held that survey open for a month, and we got 73 responses. 32 of the businesses out of that 73, so 44%, said they don't even request the list from the department. 41 businesses said they do request the list from the department, but only 25 of those businesses said that it's very important or essential. I'm not trying to minimize the fact that 33% of the respondents said that this list is crucial to their business, but I am trying to show that it was a bit of a mixed result, that not every single guide, every single taxidermist relies on this list to be successful. Again, this data is important to some businesses, but it's also not important to other businesses. So let's talk about what we want to do to update the regulation. Again, this is an existing regulation. We're simply trying to provide clarifying information and modernize how we can implement it. The first thing we want to do is add the term confidential. So by striking out the red section and adding the blue section, we simply reorganize what the department shall do, remove your name and address, your name and other personal information, just as the existing reg already says, but we add the term that we will consider the information confidential, and that is to be compliant with the statute we saw earlier. The second thing we want to do is to apply this regulation to anyone who applies for a tag, as well as obtains a tag. So that way you'll be covered if you're on the unsuccessful list. I know this came up last year that we only posted the successful list. That's because the people not on the list were not covered by this regulation because they did not obtain a tag. So anybody who requested the data through the director's office during the normal data request process or public records request process, all of that information was included, but on the publicly posted draw results, we left off unsuccessful because they had simply applied. So we want to include the applied language to make sure anybody who does business with the department, any customer that we collect information on is covered by this regulation. The third thing we're going to do is talk about the term distributed. Right now, the regulation says any list sold by the department. The department is committed to transparency and good governance and to be compliant with the public records intent, where anything done by the government should be open to scrutiny and due diligence. However, to meet that, we stopped charging for public records. Most of this data is readily available. It's easily compilable in a format that we can distribute either as a PDF or an email or an Excel spreadsheet or other data set. And for us to charge for that information was A, more administrative requirements than was necessary to get the information in the hands of the requester, and B, we felt was a roadblock to some people who may want information but couldn't afford or otherwise pay for that. So we rarely charge for data when it's requested by the department. Therefore, we have to add the term distributed to this regulation because we're not selling it. So any list sold, we don't really sell most of the time, so we want to add the term distributed to cover anything we give out for free. The next thing we want to do is just explicitly state that our licensing vendor is covered by this regulation. There are other NAC language that entities the licensing vendor as part of the department, but we want to be explicitly clear that our licensing vendor cannot give out information that the department would otherwise not give out. We want to keep them included under the umbrella of what the department is defined as. So the last thing we want to do is clarify what we consider personal information. So the original regulation simply said name and other personal information. We added address and phone number as explicit under what personal information might entail. So it's a small change, but it does include the explicit definition that your address wouldn't be given out if you asked us not to give it out. We found this precedent in another NRS, Chapter 603A, which has to do with security and privacy of personal information. And when you look at this statute, when you talk about the notice regarding privacy of information collected on the internet from consumers, these are the 7 things that define what personal information is to this statute. First and last name, home or other physical address, email address, telephone number, social security number, any identifier that allows a person to be contacted physically or online, and any other information that in combination with an identifier would make the information personally identifiable. So this is sort of the standard that we're trying to get to when we talk about other personal information in the regulation change we're proposing. It basically says if you tell us you don't want to be contacted, we're going to make sure we redact any information that would let somebody contact you. So let's talk about the practice that we're trying to improve. Again, this is in response to a lot of the concerns we heard from the commission and the public on how we implement the regulation. And again, we want to implement this as best as possible while still following the requirements of the existing regulation and the proposed regulation if it passes. So number one, we want to ask 2 questions instead of 1. We want to differentiate those customers who still want to be on that tag draw results. They still want to participate in that draw culture and ceremony and excitement and look up, their fellow hunters and their friends and family, and they still want to be a part of that public experience. So question number 1 would be, do you still want to be on the list, the tag draw list in some way? And this is just example language. This isn't the final language. But that's the intent, is do you want to be included in this tag draw public posting? And then number 2 would be, do you want to be removed from other lists? We heard some feedback asking, can we be specific? Do you want to be on a marketing list? Do you want to be on a sellable list? Do you want to be on a taxidermy list, a guide list, a fishing guide list? And asking all of those questions, while our system can certainly do that, would slow your application process to a crawl. So we want to be very clear and we want to be very concise in what we're asking our customers. It seemed that the tag draw was the biggest concern that we heard from the broadest part of our customers. So we want to ask that explicitly. Do you still want to be on the tag list? You can say yes or no. And then do you still want to be on any other list that the department give out? You can say yes or no. One does not have anything to do with the other. Also, we want to improve how we do the tag draw results posting. We did commit to PDF. We will also post it in Excel, so anybody can download it. Now that many online programs can sort of translate Excel data sheets, you can sort it however you want. You can filter it however you want. So the department is committed to posting it in both PDF, which is freely available to get a PDF reader, and Excel or CSV or any other file that's readable by a data software, so you can sort it and reorganize it however you want, search it however you want. Again, we're going to keep all prior years available by request. We only want to post that current year just to keep things clear to our customers. The director's office handles all data requests. Everything is recorded, which is also a requirement by law that we record all data requests. So we want to keep that process open, free, transparent, in a way that keeps that information flowing, but not clog up our homepage on ndallicensing.com. So prior year's results are also available by request in a format that can be requested by, if you want Excel or CSV or anything like that, we can deliver it pretty easily. And instead of removing a customer if they answered yes to being removed from the draw results, we'll simply redact that customer's name and say this customer has been removed upon request. And that way, everyone can see that every tag was allocated and everything was done in a clear and transparent manner. When we did that last year, or this current year, by removing the customers, it was hard to discern that the tags were given out in a way that every single tag was allocated correctly, because we actually removed the customer name, which is what the question asked, removed me from the list. But the department wants to improve that and say, if you do say to be removed, we'll simply redact your information. So there's still a slot there that the tag was allocated correctly. Again, if anybody requested tag results, draw results, we can provide that in a redacted fashion, as we always have. So there's always a way to validate that the results of the draw were performed correctly and accurately. That was my last slide. I'm certainly open to questions and public comment and ready to move forward as you see fit.
Any questions for Mr. Van Dalen? Ms. Hubbs?
I just wanted to clarify. So when we went through the first workshop, there was just an opt-out option. Are we saying now there's going to be these 2 other options in order to discern, like, I just want to be removed from this list, and I just want, so we're just providing a couple more queries? It sounds like 3 total now. Are those in addition to what's already been asked? Like, do you want to opt out and then these 2, or is it just these 2 now?
Sure. Chet Van Dalen for the record. Again, I want to differentiate the implementation of the regulation versus the regulation itself. So no matter what we decide on the language of the regulation, the department has to implement that through some programming of the system. The programming of the system can ask, again, as many questions as we want, but we don't want to slow down the customer experience. When you're standing in line at a license agent, at a sportsman's warehouse, and we have to ask you 17 questions or even 5 questions about what lists you want to be on and not be on, it slows down and frustrates everybody, especially when you're a licensed agent in the counter who really wants to do other business. The regulation itself does not specify what questions we ask or how we ask them or anything like that. It simply says that we need to take into consideration if a customer asks to be removed, that we remove them in some fashion. The department is committed to providing the best implementation of this as possible. And this workshop is to recommend whether or not we should move to an adoption hearing for this regulation. And we can take any suggestions from the commission or recommendations from the commission on how to implement that, no matter what the language changes are to the regulation. So right now we would ask 2 questions. We're proposing, and we would do this anyway because we want to clarify and still be in requirement of the existing regulations as written. We are going to ask 2 questions. Do you want to be part of the draw results that we post publicly without anybody asking for it? Anybody can download it. Yes or no? Do you want to be on that list? And then, do you want to be on any other list that the department gives out? And those lists could be from public records requests from citizens, from businesses. We do a lot of work with organizations such as RBFF, where they do marketing for boat registrations and fishing licenses. It could be any entity that requests data from the department through a data request process. Do you still want to be on that list or not? We're trying to differentiate those 2 types of customers.
Okay, understood. Thank you.
Commissioner Valentine?
Mr. Van Dellen, I just recently finished my Turkey application, and it didn't pop up and ask me the question. So I'm assuming what happens is there's a file that's created for my personal information, and once I filled that information out the first time I applied for in previous years, it's carried on, therefore it doesn't come back up in
Right.
future applications.
So the way this is implemented today, which is another part of our improvement process, is when you interact with the department in any way, and if this question has not been answered, right, it will ask you that question. And it doesn't ask you every time you apply or every time you purchase. This is something tied to your account, similarly to your height and weight or address, your opt-out preferences. The website, when you log into your account, right now, the only way to change your opt-out preference is to call the department, and then we can change that preference for you. But in our in a deployment prior to our big game draw application period, you'll be able to change that yourself just by going to ndallicensing.com, just as you would change your address. You could change that box. But it does not ask you every time you purchase. Once you answer that question once, it won't ask you again. You have to go in and change it yourself.
Additional questions? Commissioner Barnes?
The one question I have is, and you listed this, the 7 personal right there. If I were not to check the box to keep my information confidential, and somebody requested personal information, what information would be provided to that individual requesting the information? I mean, I guess what information of mine would you be giving out?
Right. Thank you for the question, and I might ask Deputy Attorney General Stockton here, but I believe Social Security number is protected no matter what we do here, if you can confirm that.
That's correct.
Yeah, so Social Security number, you cannot request that out of our database no matter what. But we basically respond to the data request as it's given to us. So if somebody comes in and asks for the name of every Bull Elk applicant, we give them the name. If they ask for the name and address, we give them the name and address, phone number. We base it on the data request itself. For the public draw results, we typically post the name and the city and state of the applicant. We do not post the street address, the email, or the phone number.
Additional questions? Commissioner Caviglia?
Just real quick, I know you told us at the last meeting, what was the percentage of applicants last year that opted out?
The percentage of our customers that opted out overall was over 80%. It was close to 85% of our customers opted out across the board. By asking 2 questions, we expect to see that fluctuate quite a bit when it comes to the draw results, but I wouldn't expect it to change much for the other results. And that's all customers, to be clear. That includes our boat customers as well as our applicant customers. If you look just at applications, I don't have that number in front of me, but it wasn't far different. It might have been, mid-70s, something like that, but I don't have the exact number in front of me.
Any additional question? Commissioner East?
Chet, I just want to clarify. So if I say yes to, or if I do not ask to be removed, because you're not saying, yes, keep me on the tag draw list, you're saying remove me from the tag draw list,
Correct.
right? Okay. So if I don't, the list is still available in a PDF or Excel format for
This year, yes.
for
So-
this coming year?
Yeah, last
Okay.
year we only posted it as a PDF. This year we're going to include a sortable format of some kind.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
And the way the current regulation is written is that you have to request to be taken off the list. You're not off by default. You're on by default. And that complies with the statute for public records that any record held by a government agency is open unless otherwise made confidential by regulation.
Additional questions? If not, I'll take it out for public comment. Starting first in Las Vegas.
No public comment, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. Public comment in Elko. I'll come back to Elko if someone will remind me, but hearing none, public comment in Reno. Ms. Mazzetti? If other people have public comment, come on down to the front so we're move through this as efficiently as possible.
Mr. Chairman, Commission members, thank you very much. For the record, I'm Rachel Bazzetti. I'm here on behalf of the Nevada Outfitters and Guides Association. The saleable list is very important to the guides and outfitters and the Nevada guiding industry. First of all, I would like to say by adding the opt-out box on the application last year without any clarification, it had a real adverse and negative economic and financial impact on our industry. I emailed you testimonies of the guides and how it affected their business this last year. It placed an economic hardship on the guide industry, not to mention the businesses the guides patronize when they have clients in the rural areas. When guides are able to promote and market their business by booking more hunters from the list, guides are able to employ more sub-guides and do more with businesses such as gas stations, hotels, motels, supermarkets, restaurants, taxidermists, and butchers. The regulation change will most definitely have a damaging economic impact on the rural communities. As an association that represents the guides and outfitters in the state, we estimate that the guide industry lost over $400,000 by not receiving the complete sellable list. I would like to point out that the department had sent out, Tony Wasley sent out the small impact business survey. Chet didn't mention it in his testimony, but of the participants that said they used a list, 75% stated that removing the customer's names and addresses would have an adverse impact on their business. And that was signed by Tony Wasley. In order for sustainability in hunting, sportsmen need to know the opportunities. I know this year I had more members say to me than before that there was illegal guiding in the field. If sportsmen don't know what is available, they will hire friends, neighbors, and people that are not licensed or insured. This will not stimulate or help the hunting industry. Another reason is that getting the list provides transparency among the state agency and private industry, as well as allowing guides to market their business for future sustainability. We look at the trends of the draw applicants. In the past, we've looked at successful and unsuccessful, and that's what some of the guides use in their business portfolios and how they're going to maintain a profitable small business. It's imperative that we don't regulate the guide industry because it will limit hunting opportunities in our state. Lastly, the association feels that the current regulation already allows for privacy. It is the written notification, as stated in the regulation right now, which gives the sportsman all the right to privacy that they could want, and it's in writing. It could be a possibility and easy as an email link sent to the department stating their right to privacy. Dear sir, please remove my name from the list. Very simple, not 2 questions, not 5 questions, easy. It's not a loophole in privacy laws, it's not ignoring the sportsman. When they put this regulation into effect in 2004, it gave the sportsman the right to privacy. As a side note, I don't know if any of you know, I don't, but how many sportsmen have asked for privacy since 2004? It's probably a question we should answer before changing this regulation. So in the end, our members hope you will keep in mind not to approve a regulation that will endure financial hardships on businesses, or that will promote illegal activity, or that will deny transparency for future sustainability. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
For the record, Henry Krinka, President of the Nevada Outfitters and Guides Association. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One point I'd like to address is that we haven't so far is landowners tags without the saleable list. Landowners with tags don't have the resource to contact potential hunters and sell their tags. These tags traditionally go to hunt applicants that were unsuccessful in the draw. This again would be an economical benefit to our state. Additionally, a list of successful applicants would be available to landowners who in turn could release information to applicants regarding areas that are restricted or open for hunting on their private property. As has been mentioned numerous times before, NDOW has ignored the regulation for an applicant to be removed from the saleable list. It must be done in writing. We don't have an issue with the applicant being removed from the list as long as it is a written request. Regulations are written for everyone's protection, and we feel NDOW has overstepped their power with this one. NDOW asks for no regulation change.
Thank you. Any additional public comment?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mitch Pizzetti, Nevada High Desert Outfitters for the record. I just want you guys to know the hardship. This regulation is going to cause me my ability to feed my family. This regulation already cut my business by $30,000 last year. I don't know if any of you have taken a $30,000 pay cut, but I took one last year because of this regulation. And it's very difficult when you have 3 small kids and all of a sudden you got to figure out how to pay your bills with $30,000 less money. And the last time I checked, and I'm sorry, I'm very bitter, you know, and bitterness isn't always the best way to do politics, but I'm very bitter. And, you know, I want to be respectful, but the last time I checked, I paid the Department of Wildlife to be in business. I pay them thousands of dollars in license fees. Between me, my master guides fees, and my sub-guides fees. And I pay them, and then they require me to have insurances that I pay thousands of dollars for. And then the Forest Service requires me to have insurance that I pay thousands of dollars for. You know, and then they're gonna come after me with the simple regulation change. All these individuals right now can opt out, no problem. They can opt out, all they have to do is write into the department to opt out. And that's the way it should be, and that's what we should fight for. And the last time I checked, and there's a specific question on the master guide and the sub-guides test that we require all licensed outfitters to take. Who owns the wildlife in Nevada? Department of Wildlife? I don't think so. The correct answer to that question on that test specifically says the people of Nevada, not the Department of Wildlife, not the people who draw those tags. They're owned by the people. And if you are not willing, or if you are scared of not getting your name out there because you're going to draw a tag of the hardship that might follow it, then you probably shouldn't be putting in for these tags in Nevada for wildlife. And it should be specifically brought up that the only thing the outfitters really would like would be the name and the physical address, and we had that for 22 years, and I don't see why we need to change now. Most of these individuals can opt out if they need to, and all they have to do is write in. Now, if this causes the Department of Hardship where they have to manage these people writing in, I apologize, but they are getting paid for this, you know, so I think this regulation should be the way leave the way it is, where they have to write in to opt out. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any additional public comment?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Don Moldy-Reno. I'm on the transparency side of this argument as well, but from a slightly different perspective in terms of the general public, being able to know what's done with its assets, its wildlife resource. And I appreciate what the last speaker just mentioned about wildlife in this state belonging to everyone, not simply to the Department of Wildlife or to sportsmen. So while I'm not sure, I kind of wish I'd been around for the 2004 discussion. I think I missed that. But I'm in favor of leaving as much transparency as possible for purposes of the public being able to have a look at what's being done in its name by your organization. And it sounds like the best thing I can do is endorse the last gentleman's comment, which is to leave things alone. Thank you.
Mr. Flowers?
I agree that everybody has a right to privacy, and I have no problem with people having the ability to opt out of a saleable list. I would suggest, though, on implementation, you only need to ask two questions. One is, you want to opt out of saleable list, and two is, do you want to opt out of the tag draw result list? Any list that goes out to a member of the public or an organization is a marketing tool. Therefore, all lists should be saleable, no matter who requests it, whether it comes out of an insurance agency, NGO group, a member of NOGA. Everyone should have to pay for that list. We shouldn't have a saleable list and sell it to guides and outfitters and taxidermists, and then have another list that goes to somebody else for marketing. Any list produced is something that's going to be used by that organization to promote their businesses, and therefore they should pay for that list. Thank you.
Thank you.
We're already paying for plenty.
Walt Gardner, for the record. I'm here representing myself. I think this needs to be transparent. In the late 80s, early 90s, there was a lot of fight over this. There was a lot of stuff going on within the department that was not above board. And that's when we came out with an independent contractor to do the draw. That's when the list was released and everybody could see that everything was open. There was no favors being played. It was all on the table. And as far as the confidentiality, I can get on my county website where Tom Barnes lives. I can look up Tom Barnes. I can tell how many acres he owns, how much he paid for it, how big his house is, how many bedrooms, how many bathrooms. I can tell how much his taxes are. I can tell whether he has paid his taxes. If having your name on a list is less intrusive than what I can do on the county website, I'm sorry. I'm a registered voter. Any of you can get on the website and see what I am registered as and when the last time I voted. I don't see where this is a need to protect a name and an address. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gardner. Any additional public comment? Mr. Lent?
Jerry will get 6 minutes because he's testifying as an individual and representing a group, so that'll be 4 minutes. God, we're never going to get out of it. Be a lot of testimony. I don't know how many people are there.
Go ahead.
Is this on? Mr.
I
Chairman?
can't see the red light from here, so you'll have to tell me whether it's on. I can hear you okay.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, for the record, my name is Gerald Lent, and I'm representing the Nevada Hunters Association, and I request 6 minutes of testimony and also request my written testimony be included in all the distributed minutes of this meeting. Thank you. I see there was some confusion on just what tag information was given out for the tag draw for the past 20 years, and I will try to help clear that up. I have 10 exhibits I just gave you to demonstrate, and this shows you the information hunters are used to for 20 years and the hunters really demanded this information. And as you can see, only their names were used and there were no problems. Now, the last exhibit there, Exhibit 10, was what the guides were given. And I wanted to show you what the guides were given, and that was a paid list for their names, address, etc. And this has been going on for 20 years. And I want to address two things that seem to be on this commission's minds: harassment and transparency of tag results, as evidenced by this proposed regulation. A friend of mine had a bear tag, went hunting, and I went hunting with, and he harvested a bear. And I told him, don't put pictures on social media because that's going to get you in trouble. And he didn't, and nobody called and harassed him. Everyone who was harassed put or posted pictures on Facebook or brochures by their guides or themselves. They put their bear kills on public media. You can't do that. The main cause of hunter harassment, which most hunters avoided, was due to the public media exposure on bear kills. And you should not respond to one or two people with this privacy regulation instead of tens of thousands of others who were opposed to it. Thousands of sportsmen had no problems with the draw results being publicly posted for many prior years, and in fact, they demanded it. Conclusion: you do not need to change a regulation to remove these very few hunters from a public list for this reason. There is an easy solution. You already have a law, NAC 502-211, that says someone can have their personal information removed from any department list. Especially they should do it if they plan to use public media for their hunting adventures. They have a way to do that. On the subject of transparency, I want to discuss that. Nevada already addresses public records with NRS 239, is what you heard, which states, unless otherwise declared by law to be confidential, all public books and public records of a government entity must be open at all times to the public, and the government entity has a burden of proof providing by a preponderance of evidence that the public book or record is confidential. Tag draw results are not declared to be confidential. Now, allow me to give you some examples of public records open to the public. NRS 293, disclosure of information relating to registered voters, which hopefully is all of us. The county clerk shall disclose and publish an alphabetical listing of all registered voters, including the precinct of each voter. This is similar to successful and unsuccessful draw results, and instead of precinct of each voter, the species drawn for. Very similar. It also says a registered voter may submit a written request to the county to have his address and telephone number withheld from the public. That is exactly like Wildlife's NAC 502-211 says. Once a person registers a vote, their name is public. They can't take it off the list. You need to opt out in writing because otherwise, how can you verify the right person called in? And that's the voting law. And there is no paper trail. One can produce any results one wants with no proof of a caller. Don't you think voters can get harassed too? Sure they can. Other cases for open records. A recent court ruled Washoe County School District must turn over records involving an investigation into harassment allegations. And it was quoted, "We all win when transparency wins" during the trial. Another case, the names of 7,200 registered sex offenders in Nevada must be posted on a state website. If they can release sex offenders, then NDOW can release tag applicant results. Another case, the Nevada Supreme Court ruled public employees' emails and cell phone communications are public records, even if they are stored on personal cell phone or computer devices. NDOW should make open records for draw results. Governor Sandoval's official office calendar is a public document and is open for public review. So why shouldn't NDOW's business not be public? But I have an easy solution. Now I want you to hear this. On the Hunter application, just add, quote, in accordance with NAC 502.211, upon written request, you may have your name, address, phone number, and other personal information removed from any list sold by the department, end of quote. But it must be in writing, like the voter registration law, so there must be a paper trail. How simple could this be? Be honest with, your applicants.
You're at your 6 minutes. Wrap it up, please.
Very few opted out in all the other years. Therefore, you don't need to make all these changes in these regulations. Just add a sentence each, and you will retain the process 95% of your customers have wanted and enjoyed for the past 20 years. Remember, these are your customers.
Sir, wrap it up, please.
Why would you not want to please them? I'll be glad to answer it. Thank you. And I'll be glad to answer any questions anybody might have.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Additional public comment in Reno.
Hi, my name is Shane Evans. I'm a master guide here in Nevada. And I just want to make one thing clear to the person who's writing these things. He commented about how inconvenient it was for somebody standing in line at Sportsman Warehouse to answer 2 questions. How about I add a third that maybe will add 5 seconds to the thing and put a question in that basically states, do you want this list to go to a master guide or not? Yes or no? And it'll really improve. You know, it's only one more question. It'll only take you 5 seconds, and it will not harm the livelihood of the master guides here in the state. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Dixon.
For the record, Paul Dixon Clark. I had a question just that I'll ask and I'll sit down, and that is, I hear a lot about we want to go back to having it a written request. I thought in the 21st century with electronic media, because we file our income tax, you file things electronically, you click a button. Having a pull-down menu and clicking a button is effectively the same as a written request, and maybe the Attorney General could clarify, but we had a lot of people get up and say, the law says a written request, but I thought electronic signature or electronic check is the same as a written signature. So I didn't think that we were doing something that's different in the 21st century than a written request, the way that we were doing stuff. And I just want to make that clear to the public that I think that what Chet has put together, the department has, is the same. And so it may be easier for people to click a button than to write a request and send it, but it has the equivalency in the law of being a written request, is my understanding, but I could be wrong. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dixon. Any additional public comment? I'm going to go back to see if there's any public comment in Elko.
Elko has comment.
Good morning. My name is Bill Gibson.
Mr. Gibson, could you speak up a little bit? Make sure everybody hears you here.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
My name is Bill Gibson. I appreciate the opportunity to present my concerns today to the commission. I've owned and operated Elko Guide Service since 1976. I am and have been a licensed Nevada Master Guide for over 40 years. I've served on the Elko Convention Center Marketing Committee, the Elko County Wildlife Advisory Board, received Nevada Commission on Tourism Development Award, and was appointed by 2 Nevada governors, Richard Bryan and Robert Miller, to the Nevada Guides Advisory Board. Yes, Virginia, there was a time long ago when Nevada licensed guides, legislators, sportsmen, and tourism officials saw a need to advise the department and commission on guide-related matters, such as, number 1, fair, open, honest, and transparent big game tag drawings, publicly available results, successful, unsuccessful, rejected, and withdrawn, and in a usable format. Number 3, special Nevada mule deer tags available through Nevada Guides. Number 4, increasing populations of big game through trapping, transplanting, and introductions, most notably elk, sheep, and antelope. The successes were many and apparent to all. NDOW decided at some point they did not want or need any more guide input, so funding was withheld and the Guide Advisory Board was disbanded. I wonder if any commissioners now serving even know that there ever was a Nevada Guides Advisory Board. Most of us were very happy with the drawings being held in Fallon, Nevada, and the courtesy and professionalism of the Wildlife Administrative Services staff. In 2017, I was informed that a new tag drawing provider had been chosen, but was assured that things would run smoothly and results of the guided tag draw provided the same as in past years. What NDOW did not say was that the general tag drawing, a completely different process, on which we also depend, would be completely destroyed. No more paper applications. It was confusing, it was hard to navigate, and the results of the drawing were hidden. The limited opt-in list provided, finally, was not complete, not usable, not acceptable, and has caused a substantial loss of bookings, loss of rental income, loss of other tourism-related rural businesses. NDOW has created an unnecessary financial hardship on rural Nevada small businesses. Not only guide services, but also taxidermists, meat processors, motel, hotel, and hospitality providers, and others have been negatively impacted. All this because NDOW wanted or needed to create saleable lists versus freely available public information lists.
Mr. Gibson, you're at your 3 minutes. Please wrap it up.
Yes, sir. In short layman's terms, it wasn't broke, but now it is. What do we need to do? Hire hackers to keep public information public, not secret? I have 4 conclusions. I'll wrap it up very quickly. In conclusion, the Nevada tag drawing results need to remain freely accessible public information. Number 2, the Calcomie Enterprises processes for the Nevada tag drawing need to be simplified, open to the public, held in Nevada, transparent, honest, and not be turned into for sale profitable list by NDOW. Number 3, existing commission regulations for written opt-out notification to NDOW after the free public drawing results are posted.
Sir, you need to wrap it up. I can't give everybody extra time and hold everyone else to the time limit.
Need 10 more seconds. The existing drawing results being posted are sufficient and superior to any new regulations proposed. Lastly, any new regulations proposed must first be evaluated for financial impacts and negative impacts to Nevada Guides and their mostly rural businesses. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gibson. Any additional public comment in Elko?
Yes. Can you hear me?
I can.
For the record, my name is Dave Gallen, owner and operator of Canyons West Guide Service, LLC. I would like to first say that my business has been negatively impacted by this saleable list with the unavailability of information available for people who have drawn tags on specific hunts. But I'd like to make a point to you that on your questions, you lay out these questions of what should be asked, but truthfully, I don't believe that most of the hunters or the applicants really even understand what a saleable list means and what you're really implying when you ask them about a saleable list. And in my own mind, if you ask me if I would like to be included on a saleable list and I don't understand it, I'm immediately going to say I don't want to be included. The questions, regardless, should be more specific to receiving solicitation from outfitters in your state that might benefit you in your choices for your hunt. And with that said, I'd like to bring up some points about that other people haven't brought up here. Is public safety is really one of our main jobs as outfitters. That means our first responsibility is to protect people and hunters and clients in the field. So what I'm getting at here is that there's a lot of people that hire outfitters that are really just wanting some help, trying to keep them safe in the field. A lot of the people that I guide are actually older individuals that aren't even internet savvy. When you guys changed the system over, even though the system isn't so bad on the application period, a lot of clients were not even able to apply because they don't even have an email address. They were forced to, get someone else to set up their account and try to get them applied for. So what that means is for them to go on and do an internet search for an outfitter is the only next option, or word of mouth. So if they don't receive a solicitation in the mail, they don't even know the services that are available to them. So that often could make them choose not to even hunt anymore. And it also can put them in the field without the help that they really need. I'm not trying to create an idea that, hunters or older hunters are incapable. But I'm just trying to let you know that there is more to the guiding industry than just trying to make money and trying to get these clients for that reason. A lot of it is just, it's a service that NDOW has a responsibility to help provide, and Outfitters Association and us as individual outfitters are trying to provide for people. It's something that a lot of people just don't really think about. It was
Sir, you're at your 3 minutes. If you could conclude your remarks, please.
Yes, I would like to conclude my remarks that I feel a little bit that this is an adversarial situation between the guides in Nevada and the Department of Wildlife. And sadly, that's the way that a lot of outfitters are feeling right now. So just keep that in mind. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Additional public comment, Anelco?
No other comments.
Thank you. With that, I'll bring it back to the commission for discussion. Commissioner Hubbs.
I'll go first, I guess. This one is a really hard one because I feel very strongly about one's right to privacy under certain situations, especially when we're talking about some of this very oppositional type behavior that we're seeing. But I think Mr. Lent said something that really rang true for me, and that's, I think a lot of that agitation from the public comes from people doing full-hearted things, like posting things on social media platforms. And displaying in some sense some type of unethical type behavior out in the field perhaps at times and that they disagree with, and there can be ramifications for that type of conduct. I think if you're a general hunter, you're not being targeted, and I know we've had an extreme scenario come up with this gentleman who came in concerning the bear hunt, but that is a highly controversial hunt. And as hard as it is to hear that, and as scary it is to hear some of the threats that came to this gentleman, you know, we see this correspondence. It's a controversial hunt. But I think overall, I always go back to what is best for our wildlife, because that's our job. And so I look at this and I say, is it better to have transparency here, or is it better to have privacy for the individuals hunting at this point in time? And I still believe that transparency is best for wildlife. The public needs to know what's going on, boots on the ground, how many tags are issued. I like the idea of having, if somebody was to put in that they do want their privacy withheld and they have the right to do that, that there's a column demonstrating that there was a tag drawn and that that individual requested privacy. I think that's a good route to take. But it's also hard to say, you know, 80% increase in individuals out hunting, you know, or selecting that box, which shows that there is this, I mean, I know how I feel. I don't want people calling all the time and soliciting. We all get that every day, in and out throughout the day. But overall, I think it's best to know who's out hunting, how many were selected in some capacity, and trying to give the public as much information as we can, especially to hold people accountable for things that they're doing out while hunting our wildlife. But so I think I would tend to go more on the side of transparency where we came. Another gentleman brought up a really great point about a lot of accessible information at the county level already, where, you know, people's names. I have clients day in and day out who are designing their estates to keep their name off those lists or figure out how to get more confidentiality. So I get that. It goes back and forth. But a lot of us already have our information out in the public too. So nothing that I can see, if we're withholding social security number, which is appropriate, is more than what a county assessor's office would tell you about any given person on any given day. So I think I would err more on the side of transparency, and that's where I stand right now.
So, Mr. Chairman, if I may, just to remind all the commissioners, since it's not an action item, we should not be deliberating towards a decision. It's great for everybody to give their opinion, what they think of the changes or their suggestions for changes, but not to deliberate towards a decision. In other words, I'm going to vote the same as Commissioner Hubbs, that kind of thing, just to avoid any question of open meeting law.
Thank you for that reminder, Mr. Stockton. First Commissioner Almberg, then we'll come to Commissioner East, and then I think Commissioner Valentine.
Yeah, I guess for me, the fact that 80% of the people opted out of there speaks, you know, it is about individual choice, for me anyway. I do think there's options that, as was mentioned here, if it was a specific question for a specific list, you know, I maybe that would help answers or help with their concerns. Maybe better explanations to what actually people are opting out for or opting into in part of the question, you know, just in, not necessarily, just as a description of what the question is all about, you know.
Commissioner East.
Thank you. Chet, how many sportsmen requested privacy before we started down this road, before we made our move and opted out and opted in and all those other things?
So Chet Van Dalen, for the record, that's a very good question. It's very difficult to tell. Sportsmen really didn't know they could opt out. This regulation is the only thing published anywhere that says that you could submit a written request to be taken off a list. So the numbers of sportsmen prior to our implementation was very, very small. Again, I'd like to just remind that the department's committed to implementing the regulation in the best way possible, and we're not necessarily taking action on what question to ask, how to post a list, what that list means. We're looking at the revised regulation. There's still an existing regulation we have to comply with, and we're certainly willing to improve and have committed to improving our compliance with that regulation. And that existing regulation says that we take you off the list if you ask us. There was some conversation about the term written. If checking a box on our website is not considered written, we have precedent that email could be considered written. Your application is checking a box. If that's not written, it's our interpretation that when you make your selection known to the department through an action that is recordable, traceable, and accountable, that would be a written request. And all of that is attached to your customer record. We can pull it up at any time. We can disseminate it at any time that this person made this request, yes or no. So the big change here is that prior, they had to write a letter. They had to know they had to write a letter. They had to send it to the department or the licensing vendor to be taken off any list. Now we simply put it in their face that, yes, you are allowed to be taken off these lists. So it's really hard to compare the pre and the post implementation.
Okay, thanks.
Commissioner, Vice Chairman Valentine?
Thank you. Is that on? Yeah. The last speaker in Elko made a good point, is the fact that maybe a lot of people didn't actually realize what a sellable list was for public information. So I think what Mr. Van Dellen was talking about earlier with the two questions and maybe the second question add something to available for guides and outfitters and other businesses or something along that line. It seems like to me, and I don't know if it's Utah or Arizona, that at some point in time you can answer that question and with a check mark on your application that allows your information to be available to guides and outfitters.
Mr. Chairman, if I could respond there. So in some of our research of several neighboring states, Utah, Idaho, Colorado, and California included, this information is not provided to anybody except law enforcement. Utah does have a provision for medical personnel to obtain this information, but other than that, your information is confidential when you apply for hunts. The other thing here is that we did hear a lot of examples of other information that is posted publicly, county assessor rolls, tax rolls, voter registration, and that's certainly true, but none of those tell you where you're going to be and when you're going to be there, as is the tag does by your unit and season. It is difficult. We're very cognizant that there are certain businesses that rely on this information. And we can certainly implement a question that says, do you want to be allowed to be contacted by guides? But then do we ask about taxidermists? Do we ask about bait shops? Do we ask about local motels? I mean, this list could go on and on. We're hearing from the people from one industry, and that industry is important to Nevada's wildlife management, absolutely. But if we go down that road, how far do we go, would be my question.
Commissioner Cavilla?
I was just going to kind of follow up to Commissioner Valentine and kind of what Chet was saying there. I apply all across the West. Nevada is the only state that provides a list out of everybody. And there is one state in the West that actually you do, like Paul said, Commissioner Valentine said, there is a checkbox where you can ask if you want to be contacted by guides. I don't recall which state right now off the top of my head, but I see it every year when I make my application. So Nevada's kind of had a situation that was, I mean, good or bad, was we were on our own, the way that we've been doing things. There is no other state that I've applied in that is modeled like Nevada's. And like I said, good or bad, but.
I guess I'll share my thoughts. I hear maybe not a unanimous consensus, but a general consensus that people should be able to opt out of these distributed lists or saleable lists, whatever list it may take, that there is a general consensus that people should be able to opt out. Then the question is, should we bring the regulation up to date, because now we have an online application system, or leave the regulation as is, which in my mind's a bit out of date. Because now we're doing things on the application online, should you be able to opt out online? The other thing to me is, should we inform people of their ability to opt out? I hear everything about transparency during this meeting, but one thing that people are suggesting we're not going to be transparent about, who are opposing this change, is being transparent to people that you do and have the ability to keep your personal information private. So the transparency thing works both ways in terms of informing people. And I suspect that a lot of people did not know that you could make a request to keep personal information private and off lists, and that if they did know, they just didn't take the time to submit a written request to the department. So that comes to another point. Should it be easier or hard for people to do what they're allowed to do? I don't think that the regulation as written is the problem, because the regulation as written was not adopted last year. I think this is an implementation issue. Now, what happened was a lot of people opted out for the first time. That reduced the amount of information that was available to the outfitters and guides who we've heard from the most. And the question is, I think the regulation is drafted, brings it up to date and current. It's the question of the implementation on the back end. And I think there's ways to address that, which, this is tough, because I hear how people lost business and other things like that. But I also hear people say, well, if I have the ability to keep my personal information private, I want to keep it private. So there's a balance there. And I think we can, the balance to achieve is not in the regulation itself. It's how it's implemented, what you inform the people of. And I think on the online big game draw application, there are ways to do things to give people more options. Yes, I want my draw results public. Yes, my information can be given to licensed guide and outfitters to contact me if I'm successful. I think there's ways to do that, especially in the big game draw system. And I think that can achieve a good balance to address this issue. But I don't want to make it more difficult for someone to exercise a right to keep their information private if that's their decision. But I also don't want to hurt the outfitters and guides by not giving people the ability to say, oh no, you want to send out, if I'm successful, my information to people who do this. To me, it's the bigger issue is how the reg's implemented, what information is provided to people when they apply for their license and tags, and so forth. So that's where I'm at right now. This is just the second workshop. There's no action, but
Yeah, understanding it's a workshop and we're talking about it. I obviously am already thinking too, we already had a lot of people opt out, technically. And I understand the electrical, if the opt-in the clickbait, we used to call it clickbait, or whatever you want to do to provide some type of assent or response to a question asked, and how that can be inferred as consenting or not consenting or whatever it might be. The issue is a lot of people already opt out. So what do you do with those folks? Say, now we're going to start again. Now we're all going to opt back in. Then you can only opt out by signing, it would be very awkward to do that. That's kind of a reality. But, going back to the wildlife, is it best though, just thinking if you're a new hunter, right, and you get your first tag, for that hunter to try to go out, I heard some input about going maybe with somebody who's not a very savvy guide, not knowing much about a guide. It seems like you would want them with a good guide so they're not running around the hills doing things that are somewhat foolish or green for your first time out, and you'd want them with a trained professional, even for wildlife's sake. I think do we have like a list of guides that are preferred guides, or guides that have met a standard in some capacity, just out of curiosity?
Well, you have the licensed master guides who meet, there's the sub-guides who can work under a master guide. The master guides have a much more rigorous set of requirements and criteria to satisfy to have that master guide license, but I don't know how many individuals there are who put in and draw their first tag and go out solo. They're usually with someone who've hunted before, or they may hire a guide, but they may go with a friend.
Mr. Chairman, if I may add, that's a good question, Commissioner Hubbs. When we talk about a list, this is not something the department creates and puts on a shelf and takes down when somebody asks for it. When somebody comes in and requests data from the department, we query the data and we provide the best available information at that point in time. So when we talk about a guide list or a sellable list, it's not a static document that we give out to certain people who, if you submit a public records request to the department, we will query the data and we will give you the results of that query. So it's when you're trying to differentiate of who gets this list, it's everybody. You just have to ask. Like we are not obligated, nor would it be legal for us to give it to some people versus other people, guide or otherwise. That list goes to anybody who submits a public records request.
I think you also cannot assume that someone who hires a guide service will be hunting with the actual master guide. They can be hunting with the sub-guide who has passed a test and has much less limited experience in the field than the master guide. That all, I think, falls back on the master guide. But don't assume that if you hire a guide service, you're going to be in the field with the actual master guide all of the time. And perhaps you might not be with that master guide any of the time. Secretary Wosley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In part to address Commissioner Hubbs' question, the department, although failing to meet the desires of the outfitters and guides, did send a list of all licensed guides to all successful tag holders as a resource, and we do make that information available. Again, understanding, perhaps some of them didn't have email, et cetera, but we did provide a list of all licensed, insured guides with the state of Nevada to all successful tag applicants.
Commissioner East.
Thank you. I looked on the website, but I did not find it. Is there a list of the guides on the NDOW website? Do you know, Chet? Yes? You know, yes, or yes, there is?
Yes and yes.
Yes and yes. Okay, so there is a list on the website. Okay, I'm just going to share a quick little bit of information. I did my own kind of informal focus group of sportsmen, and I asked the sportsmen that I know, did you opt out? Did you leave your information? And they said, no, I opted out. I don't want to get all that mail. I don't want to get all that harassment of phone calls and stuff. And so I do think there is a feeling to keep their information private. And just as we have with the election cycle and voter registration, we get a ton of information that we may or may not want. So I'm torn. I don't know which direction to go, but I just wanted to share that.
Yeah, and I couldn't even answer the question as to what I did when I put in for the big game draw, because I don't remember. I may have clicked the box and not even know what box I was clicking. I don't know. Commissioner Barnes and Commissioner McNinch.
All right, I'm really torn on this. When we first started, it seemed pretty easy to me, but as we've gone along, it's gotten more complicated. I'm really sympathetic to the guides, but 80% of the people did want to keep their information private, and so we got to take that into consideration too. Is 80%? That's huge. So I keep going back to the regulation and what we're actually talking about. And when you look at it, basically we're striking a word, written. And so I'm kind of going back, well, what is the difference between checking a box or actually writing something? And obviously it's was one simpler than the other one, but like Brad was saying, maybe it seems like everything is so electronic anymore, and that's kind of how the world operates, that maybe we do need to bring this up to date. But I think there are some issues, obviously, with the implementation. But with a lot of technology now, I don't see why we couldn't bring things up to date on the website as far as helping the guides out. And we're not just helping the guides out, we're helping the sportsmen out as well. If I apply for a certain tag, I might want to know where can I go to find a guide, or who's available to help me. So I guess, like I said, I don't quite know which way is the best way to go right now, but I guess those are kind of my thoughts at the moment.
Commissioner Barnes, for clarification, the word written is still in the regulation. Upon the written request of a person, that does not change. It's just the department's, in fact, the public's interpretation of what written means. And you're applying online, you put in your hunt selection, you click the box for acknowledging terms, conditions on almost every website you interact with. You select your hunt unit, you select your season by clicking a box. That is all, at least in the department's mind, interpreted as a written application, even though it is done electronically. This would be no different than the rest of the process, and it's still in the reg.
Yeah, and I guess that's what I was saying, because as I look at the reg, it says upon the written request. Well, you're just striking written, just putting upon the request of a person. That's what I was referring to.
Commissioner McNinch?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, yeah, I mean, it's gotten complicated for me too, Commissioner Barnes, as we go along, and certainly fluctuating between the harassment, the concept of this the harassment thought and transparency. But I guess, Commissioner East, you were talking about your informal. So was it people, in your mind, is it people wanting to protect their transparency or trying to protect themselves from harassment? Because it's just both across, just straight up. Because I guess, because I'm definitely more of a, I prefer transparency. I think we all do. It's never I guess it was a small point in time where I think transparency was challenged around here, but I certainly haven't felt that recently, I can assure you. And I think that I think this agency does a good job of making everything transparent. But considering the some of the other challenges that we've got, we have to talk about this harassment stuff. We have to talk about it, not just from a standpoint of getting lots and lots and lots of emails and lots of business solicitations, but more from the standpoint of what that information is used for. And I think it has to be a little consideration. And for what it's worth, Mitch, I didn't think that your comments were uncivil. Is even out there? I don't see him right now, but yeah. So whatever that's worth, I thought he was civil.
Mr. Chairman, for clarification, this is a workshop. There is action to move it to an adoption hearing or not. That was left off the agenda then? I apologize. It was intended to be a workshop for action, but that
So,
was...
Mr. Chairman, I don't think there's a difference, though. All regulation workshops, I've been to a lot of regulation workshops. None of them have a motion to move it to the final. You just schedule the adoption hearing on the agenda
So
at a future time.
So the next, if it's going to be heard again, let's say at the March meeting, it'd be agendized as either a third workshop or an adoption hearing.
Correct.
And we don't need to take action today.
Correct.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? We'll close the agenda item. Thank you all for the comments. Thank you all for the public comment as well. With that, we'll close agenda item number 8 and move on to agenda item 9. We have 4 committee reports, a briefing on some surveys, a license appeal, and then public comment. We want a break for lunch. Well, I was going to take at least a break. It's a question of how long the break is going to be. Okay. Commissioner East would like to have lunch, so we'll have lunch.
I'd like to give my report and get
Well, you know, I had to do it. I had to break down and get the Peloton treadmill to go with my Peloton bag.
Oh, I didn't know they had a
Yeah,
Peloton too.
it just came out.
Really? Oh,
15%.
really?
Not that I've had it up to 15%, but
Yeah, I never had to run. I could walk okay.
this one though is not a belt. It's slats, like rubber.
Oh, really?
And you take some, when you first turn it on, you're like, what the hell's wrong with this thing? Because it's kind of got a little bit of a vibration noise that you're not used to. But it's supposed to be better on your joints and replicate the true speed of running. So when you put it at whatever pace, that's to truly replicate. Because I've always felt that I run faster on a belt treadmill than really on a road.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's good. You know, you got the screen and an instructor, and they got power walk workouts, boot camp workouts. Hi. I'm fine. How are you?
So did you get your sheep?
I did.
Grant sent me a picture of his, but he didn't send me a picture of yours. I just went out there the other day and got hay from him. And I meant to ask him, and then I was on the road going back home, and I was like, he did get his sheep. I'm like, I'm sure that he did.
Yeah. Efficient. Oh yeah. That's a nice one. Yeah, you see, mine had no length. Mine had no length.
But they don't over there. They have mass.
Yeah.
What did he end up scoring?
I scored him at like 152.
Really? It looks bigger than that.
Yeah, the Endow person got a little bit less, but I don't think she. We'll go ahead and resume the meeting of the Nevada Board of Wildlife Commissioners for Friday, January 25th, and go on to agenda item number 9, committee reports, informational, tag allocation and application hunt committee report, Commissioner and Vice Chairman and Committee Chairman Paul Valentine. The Commission will hear a report on the committee's recent meetings. Vice Chairman Valentine.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. All right, on January 23rd, we held a TAC committee meeting by telephone, which was a little awkward, but we got it done. And as I was writing this report, I was thinking back 4 or 5 years ago when we first started looking at the topic agenda, topic items. And I've got to thank the guy sitting to my left here for all the work and effort that you provided the TAC committee in getting through the topic list in those 4 years, because there's not a lot left for us to do. But anyway, thanks a lot, Brad. The committee reviewed several NACs for revisions and modifications. NAC 502.4177 regarded changes to allow junior hunters under 12 years of age to acquire bonus points if they attain the age of 12 years before the beginning of the season of the species that the applicant is applying for. We made no revisions to that. Along with NAC 502.4187, it revised and cleaned up this regulation in a lot of different areas, but most importantly, it gives our military members the opportunity to reinstate their bonus points after returning from active duty. NAC 502.422 revises the regulation to stipulate that any member of a party application will not retain their bonus points for the return of a tag without the entire party returning the tag. That's one I think that's very important and we'll be looking at seriously in future commission meetings. And I think we'll be looking at maybe if we can get those on the agenda for March. That'd be good. Also, Dag Woodbury gave us a presentation on the transfer of tags, and it looks like that will require some NRS work. And I think it was Deputy Director Rob that indicated that might come through the legislature. That's okay. Basically, that's my report, and if any of the committee members have anything else to add, please do.
Any questions? Seeing none, we'll move on to the Landowner Compensation Tag Committee report. Commission and Committee Chairman Brad Johnston. The Commission will hear a report on the committee's recent meetings. We've only had one meeting. We met last night for the first meeting of the Landowner Compensation Tag Committee. And from that, get to my notes here. First, want to thank Mike Scott and Tom Donham, who gave us an overview, both how the program is going right now, but they also went back and gave us a historical overview of the program and some recent trends. I think one thing that came to mind in terms of the recent trends is that the big increase in the landowner tags has really been the increase in antelope landowner tags and not deer tags. And that also tends to follow the trend of increasing antelope populations. There are certainly more participants in the program, and there is increased participation. The program seems to be pretty popular and growing in popularity. And as we got into specific issues, one was the statutory cap. How are we going to address the statutory cap if it was reached? One of the questions was, should the statutory cap be divided out? You know, one cap for deer tags based upon the deer quota and one cap for antelope landowner tags based upon the antelope quota. I have to go back and haven't had the chance since last night to see how the statutes are written, to see whether that would require a statutory change. Talked about some potential adjustments in the program administration, some other things about how these tags can be used across weapon class, or should it be limited. But I think the largest takeaway I had was program's working pretty well. I don't know if there's going to be a huge appetite on the committee to make wholesale changes. Address the statutory cap, look at some of the things, how things can be done better, but I think there was a feeling that it is working well. It's been around for a long time. That says something, and to make sure that we have buy-in from the key stakeholders and participants, particularly the landowners, also the sportsmen, the public, and I think finally the buy-in from the department too, since they're administering it. So we're going to get into more details in future meetings. Last night was more of an opportunity for all the committee members and the public to express some views, ideas, and raise issues that have come up in the past. I want to thank all the people from the committee for that. And then we went through a number of TAC. They were previously on the open topic list of the TAC committee, sent to the landowner tag committee, and 4 of those were just a no. They're pretty much dead on arrival. And the one was the hunter must select a weapon type, and that has been, I think, one issue from Lincoln County. That topic will remain open, and we'll address that through the committee process. Hopefully, at a minimum, coming back to the commission with how to address the statutory cap if it is reached. So it was a good meeting with a lot of good discussion from both the public, a great overview from the department, and a lot of good ideas that came from all the members of the committee, I felt. So I don't know if any other committee members have anything to add. All right, we'll move then on to the Public Lands Committee report. Commissioner and Committee Chairman Tom Barnes. The commission will hear a report on the committee's recent meetings. Commissioner Barnes.
Okay, yesterday afternoon, we had the Public Lands Committee meeting, and I think it's been quite a while since this committee's met. I don't ever remember a committee meeting, so it was good to kind of get together and discuss kind of some issues. We started in the public comment part with the talking about the Silver State OHV trail in Ely, and some of our concerns relating to wildlife and being able to comment on that. And the comment period closes 1st of February. The committee kind of talked about whether we wanted to comment, but due to the timing, probably something we couldn't do, but the department's been actively engaged. So it's just something that I think we're gonna kind of keep our eye on as we proceed from there. Alan Janae provided us with the wildfire restoration update and some of the challenges there with the government shutdown, but they're getting as much seed on the ground right now as they can, and they got a few more weeks left with the window where they can get seed, where it's going to be effective, and then they'll be done for the year. And let's see, then we talked about some, that kind of rolled into some fuels reduction and into kind of some grazing stuff that we discussed, and potentially getting some flexibility in grazing permits to allow for fuels reduction, and if not for fuels reduction, then maybe some range improvement and work on focusing on healthy rangelands now instead of dates. And along that, we talked about some of the pilot projects that are going on now with the BLM. And Sean Espinoza talked a little bit about that. And it was the committee's feeling that maybe at our next committee meeting, or possibly even at a commission level, he come and talk about some of those projects that they got going on. So we thought, well, we just throw it out here today to see if, I think we definitely want to have it at a committee meeting, But if it's something that the commission would like to hear, then we'd have him do a presentation at the commission level. And then we kind of wrapped that up. It was kind of, we talked that Alan, Janae and I would maybe get together and start compiling some of these discussion points we had, so we can talk about them at our next meeting. And then we went into wild horses, and that was pretty much just kind of a discussion and kind of where we are, and we kind of know where we'd like to go, but it's like anything else. How are we gonna get there? So that's something that we're just gonna kind of try to watch, and if there's some point along the line where we can comment or do something to do some good for that program, well, then we're gonna try to, that's where we're gonna, direction we're gonna go. And I think that's pretty much everything we had. We'd like to meet at the next commission meeting. And if everything works and we can kind of get stuff put together. So does any other members have anything that I left out?
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Barnes. We'll move on then to item 9D, Legislative Committee Report, Commissioner and Committee Chairman Tiffany East. The commission will hear a report on the committee's recent meetings.
Okay, so we met this morning early at 8 o'clock. And we reviewed the legislative process, the committees, and the calendar, which was really important to kind of identify when some of our bills might be heard. Assembly Committee will meet Monday, Wednesday at 4 p.m., and the Senate Natural Resources Committee will meet Tuesdays and Thursdays at 4 p.m., which means that I and potentially Commissioner Johnston will be in Carson City a lot. Yeah.
I think you missed the big point of that meeting. You're the designated spokesman for the commission.
And then we designated spokespersons. And I will serve as the primary spokesperson, and Commissioner Johnston will serve as the alternate, which means I will be in Carson City a lot. We also determined that we will meet again in mid-February to look at more of the bills and their structures and determine some platforms to bring forward to the commission at our March meeting. In the meantime, if there is something, we'll just provide a background and kind of a neutral stance on anything. Like I said, we reviewed the list of BDRs. There are a variety of bills that may affect public lands or some of our other stances. So, I mean, there are water, firearms, wildlife. There are 3 department bills, and then a number of others, trapping and other things. So I don't have a lot of information on the bills yet. As soon as we do, we'll make sure everybody knows about them. That's about all I have. It was a quick meeting.
Any questions or anything further? All right, with that, we'll close agenda item number 9. We'll move on to agenda item number 10. I got to take a deep breath for this one. A briefing on 2 recent surveys, America's Wildlife Values, the Social Context of Wildlife Management in the U.S., and America's Wildlife Values, Nevada State Report, Secretary Wasley Informational. The commission will be provided a briefing on 2 recent surveys completed by Colorado State University and Responsive Management under contract through the Association of Fish and Wildlife Agencies. The first is a nationwide survey entitled America's Wildlife Values, the Social Context of Wildlife Management in the U.S., and looks broadly and comparatively at how Americans value wildlife among states, which was completed just prior to the September meeting of AFWA. The second is a more detailed examination of specific values from Nevada and is entitled America's Wildlife Values, Nevada State Report. The second report was finalized in November after the commission last met and involved specific questions developed in association with the department. The department invested additional funding to obtain the more detailed examination for the Nevada State Report. Secretary Wasley. Yes, sir.
Sorry to throw you there, Mr. Chairman. One quick correction. In this agenda item, it says the second report was finalized in November. the draft was finalized in November, but we were working with the surveyors until as recently as 2 weeks ago to modify some of the graphics in there, to make some corrections and some consistencies in color schemes and font. So I have a brief PowerPoint. You kind of want to give a little background. These are the two reports. We will make these available, either hard copies or electronic copies. The one with the bald eagle is the national. It's U.S. It's all 50 states, and then the state report is as it's indicated on the orange with the elk. So this was a project sponsored under a U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service multi-state conservation grant program. It was awarded in the 2015 grant cycle, and it was administered by the Western Association of Fish and Wildlife Agencies and the Midwest Association of Fish and Wildlife Agencies. The purpose was to assess the social context of wildlife management in the country, to understand the growing conflict around wildlife management. It's the first study of its kind to describe how U.S. residents within and across all 50 states think about wildlife and how changing perspectives shape the wildlife profession. I wish we had more people in the audience today. I wish that many of the people that will show up tomorrow to express their opinions and desires relative to some of our season setting would have the opportunity to hear this presentation, and we'll certainly make these reports available, as I said, to the commission in hard copy or electronic copy, whichever you prefer, and then following this meeting, we'll provide links to electronic PDFs for everyone's access. The findings were built on 2004 data on public values from 19 states. The title was Wildlife Values in the West. So it's a 15-year look. It was also based on 2018 data on public values from all 50 states and 2018 data on Fish and Wildlife Agency culture from 28 states. So there's three big data pieces there, and the greatest value is for the states that are in the West that were part of that 2004 study, because it's a really good opportunity to look at the rate of change, the magnitude of change in that 15-year period. It's all based on human dimensions. Human dimensions. What is human dimensions? I know we've heard Commissioner McNitch frequently share his experiences from WAFWA regarding human dimensions. Human dimensions is just a type of social science. What it is a scientific approach to understanding the social aspects of wildlife management. It's an application of theory and a methodology from the social sciences, and it's a useful context for understanding the complex social values surrounding wildlife issues. I think what's probably more important is what it isn't. Human dimensions is not wildlife management by popular vote. Human dimensions is not soft science. It is a hard science, just as biology, ecology, chemistry. It's a social science, but it's hard science. So is the science of human dimensions controversial? Well, the field in and of itself is not controversial. However, what to do with the results sometimes invokes some controversy. This is an example of a bill that was introduced this week in the Montana legislature. There was a hearing Tuesday. It was introduced by the House Speaker in Montana, and I draw your attention to the highlighted portion there. The director, department, and commission may not use social science, human dimensions, or people's attitudes, opinions, or preferences in decision-making processes related to fish and wildlife. Without any of that, I don't know how any of you, or us for that matter, could make recommendations. So it'll be interesting to track this through the Montana State Legislature. I didn't hear how the hearing went on Tuesday. So what this does, what these studies do, the same thing that was done in 2004 has been repeated in 2018, and it determines wildlife value orientation types. Basically, categorizes everybody in the country or everybody in a state into 4 different types. And those types are determined by a 19-statement index representing basic belief dimensions. You'd be presented with a statement and then a continuum from strongly disagree to agree to neutral, all the way to the other end of the continuum. And those 4 types are listed here. The top one, the first type is traditionalists or utilitarians. And traditionalists or utilitarians, they believe wildlife should be used and managed for the benefit of the people. I think the key part there, utilitarian, utilized, used. And that's a little different from the mutualists. The mutualists are on the other end of the continuum. They see wildlife as part of their extended social network, sometimes giving individual animals names, human personas, and rights equal to those of humans. Pluralists, they share both traditionalist and mutualist values, and different situations or contexts results in emphasizing one orientation or the other. And then probably one of the biggest concerns are the distanced, and they exhibit low levels of thought and about and interest in wildlife. So the first thought that occurred to me is really, are we going to categorize the entire country? We're going to put them in 4 boxes. And so the questions I asked the social scientists were how broadly accepted are these 4 orientation types? How clear is the distinction between these orientation types, and how well supported is that in the literature, the social science literature? And I was provided over 60 scientific studies that use the exact same questions. They draw the lines in the exact same points to come up with these 4 different orientation types. Again, measured with 19 statement index representing these basic beliefs, but as you look at the square on the right side and you think of the utilitarians across the top, there's a continuum of utilitarians, people that believe in the use of wildlife and management for people. On the low interest of utilitarian, land, you move towards distance. The high utilitarian, more traditionalist. Similarly, if you look at the continuum of mutualism, those people who don't have a spiritual belief or connection on the mutualist scale, so if they're low on mutualism and low in utilitarian, they land in the distanced. If they're high in mutualism and high in utilitarian, they land in the pluralist. There's some really interesting cultural differences. The pluralist is fairly common in a lot of different ethnicities. It's fairly common in Native Americans. They connect really high with the mutualism and the human personas of animals, but they also believe highly in the use of those animals. It's also high with, I think, some Asian cultures as well. So that kind of shows those 4 types as they relate to one another and puts it on a scale of mutualism and utilitarian. So just a couple, both of these reports are filled with all kinds of interesting little nuggets. I pulled a few things out of the executive summary, kind of combined both reports just to share some high-level takeaways. Across the United States, traditionalists make up 28% of the country, mutualists 35%, pluralists 21%, and distanced is 15%. When we look at Nevada, we actually have fewer traditionalists than nationally. We have almost 10% higher proportion of mutualists than the rest of the country. Pluralists, pretty similar to the rest of the country, and distanced, identical to the rest of the country. So states with a higher percent of mutualists are more likely to agree that we should strive for environmental protection over economic growth, and that the earth is getting warmer because of human activities, and they are least likely to trust their government. So in a nutshell, mutualists believe in more environmental, they believe in more conservation-minded activities, but on the downside, they have less trust in their government. So there's give and take there. Members of the public are much more trusting of their state wildlife agencies, 60%, than they are of their state government, 36%, or federal government, 25% as a whole. So this is a national trend. Nevada has a consistent trend. Nevada doesn't enjoy quite as high of trust by the public in the state wildlife agency. It's a few percentage points lower than that, but the same trend is there. It's a state agency that enjoys 2 to 3 times more trust in state wildlife agencies than the state government as a whole. A couple other interesting takeaways. Some hunters identify themselves through those 19 questions as mutualists. As we look around the state, Vegas contains the highest percentage of distance. And when in the Nevada specific report, we analyzed the state into 3 different areas. There was basically the Reno-Carson area, Washoe County, then there was the greater Vegas area, and then the balance of the state. And so we're able to break it out by urban, rural. Looking at those 3, we can break it out by age, by income, by education, and all of those analyses are present in that state report. Again, mutualists and the distanced had the least trust in NDOW, while pluralists had the most. From 2004 to 2018, the Western United States experienced a 5.7% decrease in the traditionalists and a 4.7% increase in mutualists. In that same time frame, Nevada actually dropped 8% in traditionalists and gained 12.5% in mutualists. There is not another state in the country that has moved as far, as fast in its reduction of traditionalists and increase in mutualists as Nevada has. Urbanization, modernization, education, earnings, all play a role. The survey conductors, they speculated with some scientific underpinnings that this is about a modernization of society, and that as people move to cities and large towns and have higher levels of education, they earn more money, and as all those things happen, they see a trend of increasing mutualism. I realize the numbers in this are difficult to see. I just kind of wanted to show 2 graphs. First, this one, which kind of shows the country. It's a percent of traditionalists by state. The darker colors represent higher percentages, and the lighter are lower percentages. And what was evident throughout are the extremes. And so as you look at the left side of this graphic, you can see Alaska having some of the highest percentage of traditionalists, and Hawaii having some of the lowest percentage of traditionalists. You see California and Nevada, extremely low percentage of traditionalists. New York, Rhode Island, Connecticut, the Northeast. Pretty extreme in those regards, and almost as inverse to this, when we look at the percent of mutualists by state, we see the same thing, where California and Rhode Island are the only 2 states with a higher percentage of mutualists than Nevada. Nevada's 44%, as indicated earlier. Florida's 41%. California's 47%, and I think Rhode Island is about 46%. Again, looking at North Dakota, South Dakota, Wyoming, Georgia, Alabama, some of that in the South. So I barely hit the tip of the iceberg on this with some of these results. But as I said, we'll make these available to everybody. And I want to reiterate that Human Dimensions, it's not wildlife management by popular vote. What it is a social science context to understand how people relate to wildlife, the values they place on wildlife, how they think about them. And I think it could be useful in having some discussion around some of these controversial issues that you all have faced, and increasingly so. That concludes my report, Mr. Chairman. I'd be happy to try to answer any questions, should there be any.
Questions for Director Wosley? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Well, speak up.
I was writing. I'm sorry. Tony, this is probably, I mean, a real hypothetical question, but how, with this low percentage of traditionalists, how do you see the impacts to NDOW in the future?
Well, I think the impacts aren't necessarily in the future. I think they're right now. And I think that the present for Nevada and the Nevada Department of Wildlife will be the future for many other states, possibly excluding North Dakota, South Dakota, and Wyoming, Wyoming's population is actually shrinking. So the impacts we realize every day, and I think some of those impacts were evident in some of the discussion this morning when you talk about transparency. They manifest themselves in trust of the agency. I think the impacts will be realized tomorrow when we start talking about some of the more controversial issues. Public records request, litigation. At one point in time, towards the middle of last year, I believe we had 7 different lawsuits at one given time. The volume of public records requests, what I think we see is a greater, kind of a microcosm of maybe what's occurring nationally in politics right now. It's increasingly divisive, and we're using more and more of our limited resources in fighting, for lack of a better term, over some of these issues rather than figuring out how we can work together to make things better for everybody. And I think the scary thing is when you think about core values, and that's what we're talking about, our values, they change very, very slowly. They change with attrition. Core values are established very early in life. And when I ask some questions about speaking to people's core values, when I asked the survey takers questions about, core values and communicating with people and their core values, and somehow I had implied in my question, or at least he perceived that I was asking, how do you change people's core values? And he laughed at me and he said, you don't change people's core values, you change their attitudes and their behaviors. And so that's our challenge, is being more strategic in our communications, being more strategic in our outreach, and understanding the wildlife, the value orientations, and looking at the data for our state and realizing that the message that we give in Clark County versus Elko County, it can be the exact same message, but the way that we say it may need to be tailored specifically to people who have different wildlife value orientations.
And so you answered my third question. I guess what I meant, and I appreciate all of that, is do you see fiscal impacts as well?
Yes. I think the fiscal impacts are that we spend more and more of our time, which is probably one of our biggest limitations, is capacity. We are an incredibly small agency. As you look around the country and you look at the size of state wildlife agencies, and you look at the growth in expectations, whether it's provide comments on National Environmental Policy Act, you think about Nevada's 85% federally administered. We have a statutory obligation to provide comment into any project that occurs on public lands or uses public dollars to articulate our concerns or potential impacts to wildlife. We commented on somewhere just under 700 projects last year. So as we're spending more and more time either preparing for or in litigation, spending more and more time preparing and fulfilling public records requests, we're spending less and less time doing those things. And in doing so, we're not growing our staff, we're not increasing our capacity. We're trying to be more efficient, with the same or less as our resources are redirected. So as far as the bottom line on the fiscal, I mean, we've seen the early projections on Pittman-Robertson this year are 17% decrease in federal excise tax coming from guns and ammo. We have requirements to on salaries, we have 3% cost of living increase last 2 years. So we're using a larger and larger piece of that federal pie, a shrinking federal pie, just to meet the agency's needs to pay salaries. And we're spending more and more of that time in trying to defend the agency or customers, or, demonstrate, what we're doing is, for the public trust.
Okay, that's all I have for now. Thanks.
Commissioner McNinch?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I mean, sometimes I wonder if I'd made a career out of the human dimension. It really fascinates me, and Tony mentioned it earlier. I do get into it. What I've learned from just sitting in on the meetings and being part of the, just hearing conversations, Tony just mentioned the core value aspect, and I hear a lot. Well, if people would just shut up and listen to what I'm trying to tell them, then they would understand and they would change their value. They'd change what they're thinking, and that's not how it works. People aren't going to come off of that, and this is getting to what people truly believe down deep. So, I try to mention that to folks when I'm talking to them, especially when it comes to the bear hunting stuff. I've told them, hey, look, you guys aren't going to change each other's minds, so quit frustrating yourself trying to, and it is what it is. But what this kind of stuff does is it creates that awareness. So, for example, if you and there's lots of little studies, but if you're planning to do some kind of a let's say a coyote removal, how you do that could impact what happens to an agency, or could it impact you? I mean, if you do it one way that's not as that's perceived as distasteful or inappropriate versus a way that people can tolerate, it's that kind of stuff that I think we can learn from this kind of stuff, is understanding where those tolerances are. It doesn't have to be a management, it's not a wildlife management thing, but it adds to the consideration aspect, like, okay, this is something we need to do. Here's the 3 or 4 options, which one's the best way to go? It helps, to me, that's the value in some of this stuff. And it's really important to remember, in my mind, there's a lot of people that fall out all over there's that big middle group of people you were asking about across the country that are accepting of hunting and fishing. That's all there is to it. There's still a really big group out there, and they're probably a mix of all those things. And I think I have to remind myself that that they're there because they have a tolerance for it at some level on the scale, and that's where that transparency thing comes in for me, is if you keep being transparent and you keep being responsible, and you try to do the right things for wildlife, I think you'll maintain that big group of people there that are tolerant of it. And I think that has value to, this helps kind of measure a little bit of that.
Additional comments or questions? Commissioner Hubbs?
One of the things that I thought about was, and I've always thought this, is I feel like there are so many people who would potentially come to the table with some type of input or funding in some type of manner. I don't really know what that might be at this point in time, that may fit another one of these social dynamic, or the groups that we're talking about. If we're seeing an increase here, I just know, for the most part, a lot of individuals who are really concerned about wildlife or enjoy wildlife and may potentially contribute toward the state's wildlife in some capacity if they knew how. I also believe that, the distance, having these urban areas, these islands, and how a person in an urban area responds to going out into nature, it's so important for them. When you live out in a rural area and you're really living that lifestyle every day, and you're really connected to the land, and you are using the land, you might be a rancher, or you may be growing a crop, but for somebody to go out and see something, it's so wonderfully soothing for their souls to just get out of town to go there. So they do become a bit more defensive about what's going on. If they see something like hunting, the way they interpret it can be a bit more dramatic than how a person in a rural community looks at it, because that's kind of a daily occurrence out there for them. I think it's really interesting to start to think about how people view things from their perspective, but also from a funding perspective, seeing that there might be an untapped resource of citizens in the state who are enthusiastic about wildlife, but they just may not hunt, but would be willing to do something to help the state's wildlife.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point. There was a PhD candidate at Stanford that used some political social science to measure people's attitudes about hunting at Stanford. I mean, he found that, I mean, he was an avid outdoors person, and he found that he was encountered with a lot of questions and people who didn't have a familiarity with consumptive uses or hunting, and so he developed a survey and asked him a number of questions, and what he found was three things resonated with individuals who were non-hunters that had extremely urban upbringings, that had no familiarity. One was the funding that hunting provides conservation, and how that is the funding model that resonated with them. Two was that it was regulated. They had no idea hunting was regulated. They thought if you were hungry, you just grab your gun and run out and shoot an animal and take it home and eat it. So the notion that it was regulated resonated with them. And the third part was the food value. So the funding for conservation, that hunting is regulated, and then it provides a lean, organic source of protein. And that's what he found in that. So it kind of speaks maybe to what you're talking about with a lot of people in those urban areas that care about wildlife but may not know of the funding that those activities provide conservation. They may not know that it's regulated. They may not know that it's about a clean, lean, organic source of protein that if it had to be replaced through industrialized farming would probably have greater environmental impacts than people scattered across the landscape providing their own food. One other thing I failed to mention, the Nevada State Report contains some questions specific to a couple areas, one of which is around the bear hunting, that the Bear Committee had committed to conducting that survey and asking those questions, and we saw this as an opportunity to accomplish that commitment to survey, and so those results are in here as well. Along with questions regarding public attitudes and opinions around urban wildlife management and a few other areas. So again, that was a commitment that the Bear Committee made. Dave, Commissioner McNish, you may have been on that committee, and you may recall that. I don't recall the exact times or dates or what that commitment was, but I believe the survey in here fulfills that commitment.
Just one more comment in regard to what you were saying before, Director Wasley, about the lack of knowledge about hunting with people from urban areas. Just going back to that really quickly. And we received an article, I don't know if the other commissioners read it. It was sent in by somebody from the public it was published in a wildlife journal about some of this tribal behavior we see sometimes and what's going on with the hunting community. But I think it also lends credence to the fact that with all the social media, and we keep saying this, when people don't know how traditional hunting takes place, and you see a proliferation of unethical type behavior out in the field on a social platform, and that's the only way they may really see that behavior, it is so harmful to the hunting community to have that perpetuate, and the need to have hunters self-regulate their friends and colleagues that go out and talk to them about that and keep up that ethical behavior out in the field so it doesn't come back to the public in urban areas in that manner.
Any additional comments or questions? Seeing none, thank you, Director Wasley. We'll close that agenda item and move on to agenda item number 11. License appeal, Daniel E. Hetzer. This is for possible action. Mr. Hetzer is appealing his hunting, fishing, trapping, and other license and permit privileges suspension. Is Mr. Hetzer here? come on up. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
It's come to my attention that a series of documents that the department would rely upon in presenting its response to your case were not provided to you 14 days in advance of today, or something to that effect. I can tell you that there was a letter sent to October 23rd of 2018 notifying you of the suspension. There is a police report, or the report from the game warden, and your appeal form, as well as another letter from Chief Game Warden Turnipseed, and then the documents, the notice of entry of the misdemeanor judgment and sentence from the Ely Township Justice Court, as well as the judgment and sentence and order of the court. And I want to make sure that if these were not provided to you far enough in advance of this hearing, you still want to go forward.
I don't know which documents you're expressly speaking of. I do have a number of documents that have been provided to me in various ways.
It's an exhibit packet that, is my understanding, is what the state would rely upon to show how it acted appropriately. And if it wasn't provided to you sufficiently in advance of this hearing, I want to make sure, if you feel that you need more time to review those documents before proceeding, we can set this hearing for a later date at another commission meeting. If you feel comfortable going forward today, we can. I want to give that option to you so that you don't feel that you've been unfairly surprised or given insufficient time.
No, I have not been unfairly surprised, and yes, I've been given sufficient time.
Okay.
And I don't think that it would be in my best interest to further delay it. It's been 8 months since the occurrence of the day that I received the violation happened. I'd just like to go through with it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, I just wanted to extend that option to you. Okay. And I appreciate your willingness to go forward. I do want to make clear that this is a hearing pursuant to Nevada Administrative Code 501165, subsection 2. So we're here on a hearing pursuant to a statute, NRS 501-1816. But under the Administrative Code, when we're having this hearing, this will not be conducted as a hearing de novo, but will be confined to the record on review. The commission will A, allow to be presented only evidence that is in the record regarding the suspension or revocation of the license, permit, or privilege that is on file with the department, and B, consider only allegations of procedural error committed by the department that affect the substantive rights of the appellant. And so I want to make sure you understand the job of this commission and the purpose of this hearing is only to determine whether or not the department acted appropriately following your conviction in the Justice Court in White Pine County. Do you understand that?
Yes, I understand that, but I do believe I may appeal the conviction.
Okay. But the appeal to the conviction has not occurred?
Well, it hasn't occurred because I wanted to get an idea of what this would lead to.
I'm going from memory, but the notice of entry of the misdemeanor judgment and sentence, you had a 10-day window to take a direct appeal of the misdemeanor conviction to the district court in White Pine County. And that was set forth in the notice of the entry of the misdemeanor judgment and sentence dated October 23rd of 2018. So any time period to appeal your misdemeanor conviction has run.
I have no answer to that.
Okay.
I would just like to state to you that I had a fishing license. I was not over the limit with the 3 trout that I had. The guns in my car were not loaded. I was not intoxicated. I have a valid driver's license. The judge said if he could reduce the demerit points, he would. And he didn't give me a court order to stop hunting and fishing, which I believe he could have.
But you were, in fact, you were convicted of obstructing, hindering, delaying, or interfering with an Endow employee in the performance of their duty. That was what you were convicted of.
This I understand.
Okay, well, I'm reading the misdemeanor judgment and sentence in order of the court. The court, having considered the evidence, finds the state has proven its charges beyond a reasonable doubt. Accordingly, the court finds the defendant guilty of count 1, obstructing, hindering, delaying, or interfering with Endow employee in the performance of their duty in violation of NRS 501.385. That's what occurred in the Ely Township Justice Court, correct?
This is correct.
Okay. And so I guess the fact that you had a fishing license or weren't over the limit or weren't intoxicated, had a valid driver's license, your firearms being unloaded are not relevant. What's relevant is what you were convicted of and the demerits that were assessed as a result of that conviction.
I was told by a warden that the 12 demerit points aren't always assigned to that violation.
And do you think then the department erred in assessing the 12 demerit points?
I think it was a judgment call by the warden.
Okay, I guess I have a different question. Can you point to me the law, either in the administrative code or the statute, that the department violated in assessing you the 12 demerit points?
I do know that in the regulation booklet, it states that the demerit points are assessed higher due to the severity of the charge.
Well, I looked at the Nevada Administrative Code, and Nevada Administrative Code 501.200 under the miscellaneous fish and game violation assesses 12 demerit points for obstructing or hindering an Endow employee, including a game warden, in violation of NRS 501.385. So the administrative code says if you're convicted of the crime you were convicted of, it's an assessment of 12 demerit points. So you need to show this commission to succeed on this appeal, how the department then erred in assessing the 12 demerit points.
Okay. Okay. I'm going to read a statement I've wrote. It's my belief that the warden wrote me the ticket out of spite. In his mind, he fully believed he would be writing me a ticket for too many fish. But when it was revealed to him that I did not have too many, not even close, he then decided in his mind to give me the hindering ticket. This is why he would not answer my question of what the limit was. Then he fixed his report to make it look justified. He put that he told me he was going to write me a ticket that would take away everything for 3 years, and that just never happened. He said he told Mr. Ferenzi to get the fish. This is the person I was fishing with. I told Mr. Ferenzi to get the fish. These are things he wrote in his report. The fish were in the water, the fish were not in the bushes. The warden, Mr. Candy, at any time could have got the fish himself, and then he never looked at where they were. My concern during the whole episode, or when this was happening, was that I would be considered tampering with evidence if I went and picked up this stringer of fish out of the water. He was, the warden, in a hurry, and we were not. I've done all my obligations. I went to court twice. I didn't know about the 10 days. Of course, I didn't study that well enough. I paid a fine. The fine was half of the assessed fine on the ticket. Followed the protocol. I've not been in trouble testifying here because I had a fishing license. I did not have more fish than allowed. Of course, my interaction with the warden could have been better. Myself and the person I was with, we were just at the lake to enjoy ourselves. I certainly wasn't there with a criminal intent. I think it turned into a big misunderstanding.
Do you have anything to add?
Yes.
And I'd remind you, I appreciate, and I let you give your statement there. What happened between you and the game warden on that date is really not relevant to this appeal. You had your day in court, and you were allowed to present evidence, and the court found you guilty of the crime of obstructing and hindering the game warden in violation of NRS 501-385. That's what the misdemeanor judgment and sentence and order of the court was.
Okay.
So we're not concerned here with what transpired between you and the game warden. That was resolved in the justice court, okay, and that resulted in your conviction. So what I need you to focus on is, as a result of this commission, how did the department err in assessing the 12 demerit points and suspending your hunting and fishing privileges? Do you understand that's the issue?
I understand, and I believe there's an appeal because there can be an overturn or a reduction in the demerit points.
Well, I don't think that this commission, and I'm speaking for myself, has any room to question the judgment of conviction that was entered. So that's done. And I don't see any room under the administrative code where we can simply set aside the number of demerit points that were assessed against you in light of the criminal conviction that occurred. We don't have that authority. What we have the authority to do is if this violation, your conviction, was 6 demerit points under the applicable law, and somehow the department issued you 12 by mistake or something else, then yes. But what you need to tell us is, how did they err in assessing the 12 demerit points when the administrative code says that a violation of NRS 501-385 is a result and results in the assessment of 12 demerit points?
I hadn't broken the game law. So
You can't say you haven't broken the game law because there's the court in Ely that says you did and that it was proven beyond a reasonable doubt. We're not here to argue that.
Yes, I understand that.
Okay.
Now that you've explained it to me twice. It's like I said, the facts were put incorrectly in the report that the warden wrote so that he would have justification for having written me the ticket. Now, that's the best I can do. I understand that what you're saying is that I've been convicted by the court. Now, also, the judge did say that if it was within his power, he would, the demerit point system,
But that's outside of what the judge does. The judge heard your case, found you guilty of a crime. The collateral consequence of that crime is the assessment of 12 demerit points.
So I do not understand why there would be an appeal, and I know you're going to tell me the same thing again.
No,
I studied this, and I came all the way here under the believing that there was a decision that the commission could make under the law to reduce the demerit points.
Our role is to determine whether or not a procedural error was committed by the department that has affected your rights as the appellant.
Okay, so the procedure error would be that they allowed the warden to submit a report that didn't have the correct facts in it.
Okay, well, that's not the procedure why we're here. That's going back to the underlying criminal case that was tried before the Justice of the Peace in Ely.
New information came to light after I went to court. And because of this, I believed that, and according to all the documents I've obtained and everything else, that the commission had the power to change this. Now, what I gather from what you're telling me is that you have no power to change this at all.
We have the power to change things if the appellant, you, can show us that the department erred in assessing you the 12 demerit points as a result of the conviction.
So the only way would be if a man had a 6 demerit point ticket and the person who gave it to him wrote 12 on it. Is this how?
Or if the department was to assess demerit points when someone's not convicted of anything, then that would be error committed by the department. I get the sense that what you want to do is argue that something was mistaken during the investigation or in what you were cited for. But the fact is that that was what is to be presented to the justice court when you're on trial for the misdemeanor charge, not for what we can do as a result of the conviction. This is like an analogy of someone who is convicted of a felony. There are collateral consequences. They can't own a gun, possess a firearm. They can lose other privileges. If they're caught with a gun as being a convicted felon, they don't get to say, well, I really didn't do it. Do you understand where we're at in this procedure?
I do believe that I was told that the 12 demerit points is not, that is flexible.
Okay.
I was told by,
Okay, so if let's assume it is flexible, I haven't seen it where it is. Why do you think the department erred in assessing the 12?
because what I did wasn't deservative of such a large punishment. I had a fishing license. I wasn't over the limit. And so I hadn't broken, in essence, I wasn't a poacher. But I had a bad interaction with a younger warden, and it just kind of turned bad. And in his own opinion, he decided that he should write me the largest ticket in the book. And when I went to court, the court was 300 miles away from where I live. I'm a man of modest means. I can't purchase a lawyer or an attorney. I didn't have success at finding one. And this was because in the preliminary, the judge in Ely said that he didn't think it was a serious enough case to give me a public defender. And so in his view, it wasn't very serious. And of course, I didn't understand the demerit point until I was already in the court. And I probably would have pled guilty or nolo contendere. I don't believe I was guilty, but I mean, I was found guilty by Judge Bishop. Yeah.
And being found guilty has consequences.
But by the same token, I was found guilty, and he said on a scale of severity, and this is on the court record, of 1 to 10, that he said he saw it as being maybe a 3, maybe a 4. So he reduced my fine in half. And by the same reasoning, I'm saying here that to be assessed the maximum demerit points and to lose the ability to fish, hunt, buy tags, buy licenses is, as one person I know put it, overkill. And that's why I believed I would come here today and I would plead my case, and the commission could make a decision, and I believe that to be true because the other side is here and they're ready to defend, I believe.
Do you have anything else to add? Mr. Hetzer?
Do I have anything else?
Yeah, do you have anything else to add?
Do you have any questions for me? Anyone on the commission other than Chairman Brad Johnson?
Question. I've looked over the statutes too. I don't see, I'm struggling to see where there might have been error, but what I haven't heard is that you did not hinder, what I've seen in the police report, and I'm sure we'll hear some more about that, is that you were asked questions multiple times by our game warden and failed to respond. Is that true?
This is the part where I say that the police report isn't accurate. Once I did initially lie, the warden said to me that if you lie to me, this will not go well for you, and then I never lied again. But in his report, and my character assassination by the DA of White Pine County says things that aren't true about me, that I lied over and over again, and this kind of thing. And without a public defender or an attorney, it's difficult for one to defend themselves against a professional district attorney in a small town they're not familiar with. And that's kind of where that went. Anybody else have any questions for me?
So, Mr. Hetzer, did you plead guilty in your court case, or?
No, sir,
What was
I
your
did
plea?
not plead guilty. White Pine County has two pleas, guilty and not guilty. I pled not guilty. Yeah.
And you went to trial.
I had no other choice. Like I say, they only have two pleas, guilty and not guilty.
You pled not guilty, you went to trial, you were given an opportunity to present the evidence to the justice of the peace, and he found you guilty.
Yeah, this is correct.
And you just admitted you lied to the game warden. I have
Also-
I have a problem with someone who holds a hunting and fishing license telling me they lied to the game warden. But that, we're going back to what I tried to comment earlier. It's not, this is not about whether you should or should not have been convicted of the crime you were convicted of. You were convicted. And you were given an opportunity to present evidence. You didn't appeal the conviction. You haven't taken steps to set aside the conviction if there's ability to do so. So we're left here with an individual who was convicted of a violation of NRS 501-385 for obstructing and hindering a game warden. Our administrative code says that if you're convicted of obstructing or hindering a game warden under that statute, which you were, you'll be assessed 12 demerit points.
Sir, there's
And that's what the department did. So I haven't heard anything as to how the department erred.
Sir, there's a double standard here.
There's not a double standard.
Just the individual that I was fishing with also lied to the warden. Yet the warden made it his discretion to not write him for that violation.
Do you have anything else, Mr. Hetzer?
Yeah, I could. I could ask that we could do this on the next commission meeting.
No,
I know.
we've gone forward with the hearing.
So I would just like to make a statement now that For the next 3 years, I will not be buying hunting, fishing, trapping licenses, duck stamp, or bobcat seals, deer, elk, antelope, bighorn sheep, and mountain lion tags or fees. I will not be buying supplies, gasoline, lodging, groceries, because I was fishing with a license and stopped before getting a limit. And this isn't going to benefit anyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
I'll sit
Het-
down.
Thank you, Mr. Hetzer. I don't think we've heard any reason on which, I can just tell you that where I'm at. I don't need to hear from the department. The appellant has not shown that the department erred in any way in the sense as a result of what happened as the conviction out of the Justice Court in Ely. And if that's okay, I'd be prepared to make a motion or put where I'm at on the record, unless other people think we need to hear from the department.
Mr. Chairman, I don't feel like I need to hear from the department. It's unfortunate that we, have to hear these and process these, and clearly I can see your pain, and it's one of those things that we don't make that decision in the court. That's something that happens before you ever get here, and by the time you get here, it's really procedural. That it's already set in place, and if there hasn't been a procedural issue, then that's kind of the end of the conversation for us. So that's where I'm at. I see it. It seems clear to me, unfortunately, and that's just how it is in my mind. So.
Right. The only thing I had to kind of look up was just the demerit point system, and I found that the NAC 501.200, I believe I didn't see it in some of the literature. It clearly says 12 demerits for that violation. And if there was, unless that's the only thing I was going to say, if there is some way we can waiver from that, but I did not seem to find that as well.
And I want to clarify, when I said unfortunate, I didn't mean it from the standpoint that we could provide relief. I feel it's unfortunate that we have to hear about these things, and that we're in a position to where we have to process something that was legally processed, and that there were findings of it. But that's what I meant by that. I didn't want to come off as being.
I think for me, I just was going to add, I have a really, we have so much going on in our lands across the state, and if you come across a game warden from my perspective, and they ask you a question, you answer the question and you answer it truthfully, and I feel very firmly with that. I know there are times, that we may err or not understand, but clearly there was testimony today that he decided not to answer truthfully, and I find that very unfortunate.
Any other comments, questions? If none, I'd make the following motion, that the commission deny the appeal of Daniel Hetzer based upon the following facts and conclusions. That on October 23rd of 2018, a misdemeanor judgment and sentence and order of the court was issued in the Justice Court of Ely Township, Number 1, County of White Pine, State of Nevada, finding Mr. Hetzer guilty of obstructing, hindering, delaying, or interfering with NDOW employee in the performance of their duty in violation of NRS 501.385. On that same date, October 23rd, 2018, a notice of entry of the misdemeanor judgment and sentence was entered and advised Mr. Hetzer of his 10-day time period to appeal his conviction to the district court. There's no evidence that appeal has been taken or is pending. NDOW issued a revocation letter to Mr. Hetzer assessing him with the 12 demerit points. In a letter dated October 23rd, 2018, Mr. Hetzer appealed that revocation in an appeal form dated November 15th, 2018. NAC 501-200 states that 12 demerit points are to be assessed for someone who commits the crime of interfering or hindering with an Endow employee in violation of 501385. Therefore, the department did not err in assessing the 12 demerit points. This commission does not have the authority to second-guess the misdemeanor conviction, nor does this commission have the authority to reduce the demerit points that is set forth in the Nevada Administrative Code. The Nevada Department of Wildlife followed the NAC following Mr. Hetzer's conviction. No error has been shown, and for those reasons, the appeal is denied. A motion and a second. I won't repeat it, but that's to deny the appeal. Is everyone clear? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries 9-0. Thank you, Mr. Hetzer. I appreciate you coming and speaking to us.
You bet. I'll see you when I'm fishing at Pyramid Lake.
With that, we'll close agenda item number 11 and move on to item number 12, public comment period. Persons wishing to speak are requested to complete a speaker's card and present it to the recording secretary. No action can be taken by the commission at this time. Any item requiring commission action may be scheduled on a future commission agenda. Any public comment in Las Vegas?
Yes, Chairman. Chairman, this is Jana Wright for the record. I was on the...
Any public comment in Elko?
Oh, what happened?
No comment from Elko.
Chairman, can you hear Las Vegas?
Now we can.
Okay, we have comment in Las Vegas.
Okay, public comment in Las Vegas. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. This is Jana Wright for the record. I was on the department's website looking at committee assignments and was surprised that the changes that you made in November were not reflected on the committees. All of the committees are not current except for the Finance, Legislative Committee, Tax Committee are okay. And when I looked at the Landowner Compensation Tag Committee, I got a 404 error message. So just a housekeeping item, if the department could update the website on the current committee assignments. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Wright. Any additional public comment in Las Vegas?
No, that concludes comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Any public comment in Elko?
No comments from Elko.
Thank you. Public comment in Reno?
Mr. Chairman, Gerald Lent for the record again, and I got some public comments for the record. Since you'll be voting on a regulation next time, I have some, you didn't start at 3 minutes.
I keep the clock right here.
There, oh, thank you. I have some important information for you. I've attended the tag draw for the last 18 years, except last year when I was refused by the director to attend, saying it was not a public event. So in the lunch recess, I went back and checked some data. And in 18 years, and this is very important, only 1 to 2 people per year wanted to opt out. And in many years, 0 people wanted to opt out on many years. And the only people who wanted to opt out, the 1 or 2 people, were the ones who didn't want their information sold to Cabela's. Every single one that opted out didn't want their information sent to Cabela's. That was their excuse. 1 to 2 a year, and then 0 on most years. Especially the sportsmen's representatives on this commission, I think should know what the people they represent really want. Over 99+% of all applicants want to see a list of successful and unsuccessful applicants. Sportsmen love this transparency and love the system they had. You could just do a drop down on the computer if you wanted. Plus, the RFP and contract that Cal Camini executed required the successful and unsuccessful list to be printed. This is a contract, and this is what it says in it. It says will be posted on the website. This list includes a successful, unsuccessful, and withdrawal list. These online lists are public information and only display the first name, last name, city, and successful hunt and unit short descriptions due to privacy concerns. They violated the contract. CR 1810 says draw results information will not be provided in any way before the draw results are posted online. Calcamini violated this lawful regulation that we, you and me, have to abide by. I have absolute proof of this. This contract was violated again. This is a problem we've had in the drawing in 2008, the big game tag drawing. It was compromised by Department of Wildlife personnel. And it said the people in NDOW released the information. NDOW employees did release draw results to selected individuals in and outside the department prior to the official release of the draw. And so what I say, if you remove the transparency, we will never know this. And you know, you just got to be honest to the sportsman. And this transparency issue is really important to us and the rest of the sportsmen when very few people want to opt out. And I really appreciate the commissioners that had respect for this transparency issue. And you really ought to look what hunters want, because I'm telling you what they wanted. I've been doing this for 18 years, and you really ought to look into it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment in Reno? Seeing no additional public comment in Reno, we will adjourn until tomorrow morning at 8:30. Thank you all.